Sorry, my bad.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the officially unofficial watch party collaboration between Fellowship of Fans and Watch Party Lord of the Rings. Welcome to our after party stream where we have two separate panels. The first is a newbie panel. We're going to evaluate the show based on its own merits. And the second is a very exciting lore panel. So we have some great guests on the lore panel today, the Melonheads. If you have heard their podcast, you know these guys know their stuff. They are hilarious. They're great. So they'll be joining us today for the second panel. I have had just such a great time doing this collaboration. It is the season finale, episode 8 of the Rings of Power that we're going to chat about today. Before we get to our wonderful newbie panel, I want to talk about our featured artist of the week. Every week we've had a Tolkien artist that we have featured, and we are raffling off their art. So this week we have a really fantastic artist, S. Galekas. And we love their stuff. It's absolutely awe-inspiring. You can use code Middle Earth, all capitals, at checkout to get 12% off of his Etsy shop. So you can see there on the screen if you just follow that link to the Etsy shop. Lots of really fantastic Lord of the Rings themed artwork, and it's just very, very intricate, detailed paintings. So if you want to get some of this art, you can we're going to be raffling it off, and Kyle's going to explain how you can go about getting some of that art.
So for participants, when you send in your super chats, I know some of you are doing that on a weekly basis anyway. Every dollar you spend on a super chat goes toward an entry to win this raffle, and it's that simple.
Yeah, so simple. Get your super chats in and participate, and you could win some of that art. I want to chat briefly about the food we had this week. Every week we've had custom recipes that have accompanied our watch party. So this week we had some really, really delicious eggplant parmesan from the Happy Hobbits, and they had a video where they broke down how to make it. I made it because I love eggplant parm anyway, and it's kind of a staple weekly meal in our house because it means leftovers. So if you haven't tried this recipe, I totally recommend. It was not super duper complicated, but tasty, delicious, packed a punch. Definitely love the cheese. All of it was so good. Also, our custom cocktail by Liquor and Lore was a fall favorite. I'm going to say it was like an apple cider and rum mixture. Really delish. So it's called Celebrimbor's Forge. You can find all of this on Watch Party's social media and Fellowship of Fans social media if you want to check out these recipes and make them at any time. They'll be available to you. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce my amazing newbie panel for the last time. The final time. We've got the fantastic John from What Up. We've got Lottie from Shell Cottage Radio, and we've got Trisha Arand from Beyond the Screenplay. Welcome, newbies.
Hi. Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
All right, guys. For the last time, I'm going to ask you for your one-word reaction to our season finale and why. So we're going to start with Trisha.
Oh, good. Yes, start with me. I've tried to pick a different word than this because it's such a bummer of a word to choose, but I'm gonna go with disappointed.
Okay. You know what? Honesty is appreciated. So
yeah, coming into this, I wasn't able to be here last week, but I was really hopeful. I thought there were a lot of potential interesting twists and story threads, and even some thematic development that was being explored, and the characters. And even though a lot didn't happen last week, I thought that the content of what was there was rich and interesting. And so I was just I think I maybe came in with expectations that were either not fair or I don't know. But I felt like there were some missed opportunities here. And so it kind of made me a little let down. And also a little sad that it's over, but a little let down that I don't know. Well, let's get into it. And the other thing I want to get into, hopefully we have time later on, is to talk about some of the meta like aspects of what it's like to be watching a show like this right now, and what it's like to be creating a show like this right now. Because I have a lot of I just have a lot of solidarity with the writers and showrunners on this. I think they're in a really hard position. So I just get to that.
And you can speak to that, Trisha, and I think we should absolutely get to that because, you know, making a show, there's so much that goes into it, and it does sometimes feel like the writers were not going to be able to win this because they were going to disappoint the lore experts and perhaps the newbies who might have been a bit confused. But I know you in particular, Trisha, were like hoping that Halbrand was not Sauron.
I really was. I was. Probably that's on me. I think that the show tried to warn me, probably. So
yeah, we saw it coming. We all saw it coming, so
Yeah.
I wasn't shocked, of course. But we'll move to Lottie. Lottie, reactions to the show. Were you similarly disappointed, or how do you feel?
Okay, I gotta say, no, I'm not as disappointed with the finale. I was not a fan of the first half, but the second half did it for me. So I'm gonna go with the word beginnings, because I'm sad now that the season is over, because for me now everything's set. Now we can start the whole journey. Now it's about the rings of power. So I feel like the whole first season feels more like a prologue, and now we can start the real story about the Second Age. So yeah, I'm gonna go with beginnings.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I'm similarly really hopeful that now that they've sort of laid the foundation and gotten a lot of that groundwork out of the way, we're going to see a lot more character development, story, and really dig into the exciting bits of the other rings of power being forged. Sorry if that's too spoilery, but I think we all know that there are more rings than just these 3. Because you've all seen, you know.
Well, Fiona Apple also sung to me about it during the credits, so
Right.
I heard about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, an interesting choice. We'll get to if we like the song or didn't like the song. But John, why don't you go ahead and give us your one word and why?
Safe. I'm going to say safe because it was exactly what I expected from an Amazon finale. Nothing too outlandish, nothing too crazy, no huge twists. They played it fairly safe to try to appeal to the most amount of people, I think, with adding their signature Amazon mystery twists, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, I wasn't truly disappointed in it, but again, it was what I expected. If that makes any sense.
Right. A lot of it, we all, 100% of you, all 3 of you, thought that Halbrand was Sauron, and you were right. That was the big.
I didn't want to be right. That's
me neither.
I'm going to get slightly spoilery with this episode, not too much, but you know, since we are coming to a close with you newbies, I think it's okay now. I had been hoping that he had been a Witch King, and I had good reason to think that he probably was. So I was also a little bit disappointed that he ended up being Sauron, but I did really enjoy the way that they revealed that he was Sauron. Some of those scenes where he's entering her mind and messing with her memories. I thought those were really well done. And I'd love to get your thoughts on the way that this was revealed, and his character, you know, arc in general. I feel like, Trisha, you were, you know, it felt, I remember specifically you had said it's going to feel unearned. It's going to feel cheap.
Yeah, you know, two sort of lines of thought here. I do want to praise those little flashback sequences, or the sort of hallucination, or, you know, he's kind of in her mind sequences, because those essentially made up the climax of this episode.
Right.
And what I was hoping that we wouldn't have was like a big battle or some other like large action adventure thing that felt like it was just there to be exciting and not really a part of the story or really serving the story. So I actually like that they went with this kind of confrontation as this, you know, not a fight scene, but sort of, mind, like, personality clash for the climax of the entire show. So I thought that was a bold choice, and I really enjoyed that. I will say I do have a lot of issues with the construction of, or the idea that Halbrand is Sauron. And I talk about this sometimes when I'm talking about twists generally, but essentially the thing about a twist is that it has to make sense from every angle. And you have to be able to look at Halbrand's actions from the very moment that we meet him from his perspective and ensure that there is consistency in the character, consistency in the choices that that character makes, and the events leading up to this reveal. And I don't find that there is a lot of consistency here. There's Halbrand is a guy we meet on a raft. He doesn't seem all powerful. He confronts a sea monster, which kills every other member of his group. And he doesn't seem like he has control over anything per se. He doesn't seem more powerful than an ordinary man. And he probably would have acted that way under those circumstances if his life was being threatened. The same where we see, he and Galadriel like desperately fighting through the storm, trying to make it to Numenor. His life is on the line. If he were more powerful than an immortal man, we should have seen some of those powers coming out. There was no reason at that time necessarily for him to conceal them from her. It's a little bit tricky. Same thing when we see him in prison. The other thing is that there's something I want to talk about really quickly, which is coincidences in narrative fiction. As audiences, we generally tend to accept coincidences in narrative fiction when they are disadvantaging a character. So if something happens that is a coincidence, but goes really badly for a character, we accept that because it creates more drama. And we're like, oh, okay, that's great. This creates again, more conflict for the character, a bigger obstacle for them to climb. This is the essence of drama. When a coincidence occurs that works out for the character, we tend to reject them because it robs the situation of some drama. And if you look at Sauron's storyline, Halbrand's storyline so far, it is all favorable coincidences that he could conceivably have had no control over. He had no agency in so many of those situations, including this one where he's wounded and it's Galadriel's decision to ride him over to where the elves are, where Celebrimbor is like, oh, you're a smith? Do you want to help me out? Like everything about everyone else's actions are not in his control, and yet there are coincidences that go unbelievably in his favor, which is simply leaves us incredulous and again robs the situation of the drama that we might have hoped for.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple things. This is a debate that my podcast partner and I got into last night. Was do we think that Sauron is playing a long con? Right? Like he orchestrated this whole thing, and we don't know that yet. We don't see it. Like the show hasn't told us that. By all accounts, it's circumstantial that he runs into Galadriel. It's circumstantial that she brings him back to Eregion. But do we think, is it possible that he's playing a long con and somehow we're going to find out that he orchestrated all this since he is a Maiar, he is very powerful, he's very clever. Or do we think that at some point he was truly repentant, wanted to get away, find peace, and he sort of got drunk on this power of fighting near Galadriel and went to the dark side again?
I have a response to that, but I want to hear from the other panelists also.
Yeah, let's go. Other panelists, jump in.
So we're talking about the dream type sequences first? Is that what the initial question was?
Or sure, just the general Halbrand and Sauron thing.
I want to talk just a bit about them first because I know Trisha said you said you enjoyed them, right?
The flashback sequences, I enjoyed the idea of them as a narrative choice for the climax. Yes.
Yeah. I was super disappointed in them.
Also fair.
The pinnacle of that to me is The Cell. I don't know if anyone here in the panel has seen the movie The Cell. Jennifer Lopez, it's probably from the late 90s, maybe mid 90s. Going through someone's consciousness and things like that. That is the pinnacle of that type of strange, manipulative, weird, and that's what I like to see when I see things like that. This was just kind of bland for me, if it makes any sense at all. It was not badly done by any stretch of the imagination. I liked the way it told the story, but I didn't like how, he was trying to manipulate her, Galadriel, during it, and it seemed like me trying to do it. Like it was just not great. You know what I mean? Like it was like a regular person trying to manipulate this amazing elf, and I didn't get. In the end, it worked. She didn't say anything, And I thought that was a little strange to me. Now, again, being a newbie, I don't know if maybe he has mind control powers. Maybe he did something. Maybe. There's a lot of maybes there for me. But I didn't believe he was convincing enough to convince her not to say anything, not to ruin his plans, so to speak, not to at least temper everyone's expectations. So I didn't like that part. And then going on to Halbrand being Sauron, super disappointed. Like, just, I didn't want to be right at all. What Trisha was saying when, for me, I didn't believe he orchestrated anything.
No,
there was no sense of that throughout the entire show from the first episode on. Maybe he was supposed to have. It's possible, but I didn't get the feeling that he did, because I, at this point, don't know if a lot of the things that happened were within his power to change or manipulate. Like, so perhaps the weather during the storm, maybe he protected them and got them ashore. That's, to me, that's okay. I can get that. But all of the other small coincidences, can he plant notions in people's minds and make them do things? Because a lot of what happened with his storyline ended up in the hands of Galadriel and other people, and it was their decisions, not his, and he didn't influence their decisions in any way. So him making it to Celebrimbor near the end and helping him smith things and stuff seemed like a very happy coincidence and not orchestrated. So instead of him being this all-powerful sort of mastermind where he's, moving the chess pieces around so he can get to where he needs to be to his end goal, it's sort of like watching Megamind, and it just kind of happens and falls into his lap. And it's like, oh, this is cool, I'm going to do this now. And I didn't like that, but I didn't want it to be him.
Lottie, do you have the same or different take on this?
So first of all, I liked how they revealed the revelation, the mind, when he visited her mind. I liked how that looked. I liked her seeing Galadriel laughing and crying, so we got more feelings, more emotions out of her. And seeing it from, I don't know, Jen, you said seeing it from that perspective that he didn't want to. What if it was more like he actually wanted to, I don't know, pursue something different or at least try to, but then, like you said, he didn't control. Everyone else made the decisions for him, and it's almost like, oh wow, this seems to be my destiny. I guess I'm gonna follow this path because everything I ever do leads to this. So maybe that was more like, to him, almost like the universe telling him, oh, I should be this powerful lord, and I should, it doesn't, the good side doesn't work for me, almost like that. But I did have a problem with the whole, it bothered me a little bit that no one ever bothered to check on the lineage of the King of the Southlands before. that
when they all
me.
said the true King of the Southlands has returned.
And everyone just accepted it, and it was like, yay, the king, and no one ever checked on that. So that felt a little cheap to me, but otherwise I enjoyed the revelation. I don't if we see it from that perspective, that he did want to live a different life, then I think I can accept that he's Sauron.
I so wanted it to be the Chancellor of Numenor. I think that would have been so much better, because he worked to get to that spot and manipulated everybody. And what can you do? I'm not a writer. What do I know?
Yeah, on the perhaps Halbrand was actually repentant angle, I think that also creates disappointment for me, because if he really was repentant, we don't get that sense from this final confrontation. I think that's the thing, is if when she says, like, what's your real name? If he attempts to plead with her, my name really is Halbrand. I really am, I've become a new person. I'm not the person that I was. Again, insisting maybe throughout this confrontation, my actions in the past created a lot of pain, but I really am trying to be someone different now. And all of these circumstances have conspired to throw me into this situation where you crowned me king, and that was not what I wanted. And I really wanted to stay in Numenor. Again, if he could explain a little bit of his actions, then I might buy that a little more. Now, the one thing about that is, A, it didn't go that way, and B, even if it had, I think it robs Sauron of a lot of his menace as the big bad of the show. So I think it's kind of a double bind here, where by making Halbrand Sauron, you're forced with sort of two options to explain the way he was acting before, and neither really satisfies narratively a character arc or any kind of internal logic or consistency.
Well, that's what I'm hoping that in season 2 we get much more actually of what happened to Sauron. Let's hear the rest of it. Let's hear the rest of why he ended up on a raft in the ocean. Let's get more backstory. Let's get more, how did we arrive here? Let's see the fall of Morgoth even. I don't think we can see that rights-wise, but that's beside the point. Maybe they can get creative about it. But yes, I mean, I agree. I needed more of how did you get here, Sauron? And I'm hoping season 2 will answer some questions. I'm hoping season 2, we see much more Adar and Sauron. I'm sure we will see that come to a head. That's what I'm really hopeful for, because I actually find Adar like more of a compelling villain, and I really enjoy watching him than I do Halbrand at this point. But it will be interesting to see what the show does now that Sauron is out in the open. What can they explore now that it's not such a mystery box, that they're not really relying on all the chatter being about who is Sauron, who is Sauron, who is Sauron. So I'm personally
hate it so
looking
much.
forward to.
Well, and this goes
personally,
back to a meta question that I have about the approach to
Okay.
the show, which is, do we need a mystery box about who the villain is? Like,
No.
did we really need to be wondering, oh, is this Gandalf? Which I know we'll get over to him in a minute, or the wizard, I guess, if you want. It's definitely Gandalf. Anyway, okay. But like, he like literally says the same lines from Fellowship, which is like,
He does say the same
anyway,
lines. Yes.
We'll get back to that. But like, did we really need a mystery box for there to be a narratively compelling season of television? And I would argue probably not. And I thought that, this is the issue. You run into the sort of logical issue that I'm kind of highlighting here with these characters when you're trying to make their identity like a big reveal. And I'm just not convinced that we need it. I would have rather had tell us straight out, and then spend a lot more of your time developing arcs or rich thematic conversation. Or hell, you have a lot of plot to do. Do your plot with enough take your time on your plot. There's a lot of plot to get through. You have 4 storylines at least. So I don't know if you need to spend your time weaving mysteries.
It's almost as if Amazon has a checklist, and that's on it. They need to have mystery, and a lot of their shows do this, and it feels in my opinion, very forced in a lot of stuff that they do. But it's almost like they go to the writer's room and say, you will do 3 mysteries, and this is what they will be, figure it out. And then they have to write it in there, and it kind of ruins a lot of things. I mean, if it was maybe 1 or 2 mysteries over the course of a couple seasons done really well, with a lot of buildup and a lot of intrigue and stuff behind it, but that was not the case. It was just everybody knew we're going to be guessing the whole time who it is, and there was no real push towards any particular character, except the fact that they're spending more time with this person, and I don't really like his motivations. I don't believe them, so he's Sauron, and that's what we said, all 3 of us, and we were right, and we know nothing about Lord of the Rings, so the mystery wasn't that great.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't need this show to be a whodunit. Like, I don't need this show to be Knives Out. Like, ooh, Sauron.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
not what the genre is.
That's right. I mean, the biggest criticism of the show is too many mystery boxes, too many things, too many cliffhangers, and I think that my hope is that in season 2, we are much more focused, as you said, on story, plot, character, etc. Now that a lot of it has been resolved. And I think we should get to another mystery box that was resolved, or mostly resolved, which was, let's talk about this stranger and the encounter with the 3 cultists. Let's talk about those scenes. So that was the opening of the show. We returned to the stranger, and he's in the forest. He's got the apple that Nori gave him, and he encounters the 3 aesthetically perfect, in my opinion, mystics or cultists, what have you. I personally really enjoyed this encounter, watching this play out, watching him decide that he is good, make that decision. That's very this whole sequence explored a lot of Tolkienian themes, which is free will versus destiny or fate or God's will. So I enjoyed it for that reason, but I'm anxious to get your thoughts. Let's start with Lottie.
Okay, so what I wrote down is the Mystics and Gandalf was the part I enjoyed the least, actually.
Okay.
But so that's just my opinion on it. I just thought it was weird, and I have a hard time describing why. I guess they are just my least favorite characters, but they're supposed to be. You're not supposed to like them. They do really mean evil things, and they're trying to get Gandalf to be, or they mistake him for Sauron. But what I liked about it, and what you said, I mean, even Gandalf, we see him struggle with the power of evil and good. And I love that he is Gandalf just because Nori found him and the Harfoots took care of him. And they brought him back to the path of the light and showed him, who he is and who he wants to be. And that explains why Gandalf later on is so close, or has such a close relationship with the hobbits. And I really like that.
Yeah. I'll ask you a question, panel. Were you excited? First of all, there's still debate whether or not this is Gandalf. He did say the verbatim lines, but some of the fans and the fandom are like, it could still just be a blue and a starry. It could still, that could be misleading us. But are you as newbies excited that a perhaps recognizable character has entered the picture? Like, this is possibly Gandalf. Is that thumbs up or thumbs down if this is Gandalf? Or do you not care?
For me, it's a thumbs up because I know who Gandalf is, and I know him from the movies, and I remember him from the books 20-some years ago or more whenever I read them, and he's a very iconic figure. But the problem I have, and it's not anything to do with the show, not anything to do with anything else, is rights. I don't even know if they have the rights to Gandalf, because I remember hearing that they don't have the rights to that stuff. And then everyone's like, he's Gandalf. I'm like, I don't know if he is or not. I don't really know for sure. Because they never said it right out. Maybe he can be Gandalf without calling him Gandalf the whole time. I don't know.
So should we still call him Meteor Man?
I'm still calling him the Stranger for now.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and call him Gandalf. But I do think, first of all, that's who I've thought this is all along. You're raising another interesting meta question here, John, and you mentioned it earlier, Jen, with their rights issues that they have. And this is, again, just one of the very difficult constraints that this poor writer's room, these poor showrunners are dealing with. You have original IP that you have to do fan service for, but you don't have unrestricted access to all of that IP. And that's insanely difficult to try to work around, especially with, I'm sure that your producers have a lot of well, we need this and we need this and this. And they literally are giving you a checklist. I'm sure Star Wars creators deal with this too, as do Marvel creators, anybody with working in large IP right now. And so, yeah, I just sympathize a lot. I will say I like the thematic idea that this character, the wizard, is wrestling with whether or not he is good or bad. The fact that these weird sisters decided to call him Sauron for half the episode didn't do anything for me and didn't fool me for a minute.
I can't wait to talk about them because I have thoughts.
Let's talk about them.
Well, they were like, you're Sauron at the beginning of the episode, and I literally went, what? Just you're really going to try to do this show and then switch it back the other way at the very last second when he yells, I am good at them. I'm sorry. There was a lot about the way that this played out, even though, again, I think the impulse is right. They have a lot of right impulses here. I think the execution is where it sometimes stumbles for me.
I
John,
totally agree. So visually, the three of them are stunning. I love the costumes. I like the way they're portrayed. The acting they did, I thought was well, even though they had very, very little screen time outside of a couple of different scenes. And that's my problem. So they feel tacked on. They feel like this is, okay, we need something to push this character to be good or bad. And we need something else to make people think he's Sauron. So we're going to kind of like, the shell game, move things around and not have people look. And then we'll do this one big scene where we're going to tell the audience he's Sauron for a bit. And then everyone's going to go, oh, and then we're going to go, bang, no, it's Halbrand. And I didn't like that at all. And I didn't like the fact that we have no idea who these people are. We know where they come from because they said that. But when he, used his power on them, they changed into what appeared to be some kind of weird ghost lich king type weird things. Like I said, I don't know the lore, so I don't know what they were supposed to be. But obviously they seemed more than regular people, and they all had magic too, just like Gandalf and Sauron did. So they're something like that. But there's just not enough there for me to feel anything for them at all, other than the fact that they were tacked on to prove a point or to take the audience's eye away from something else. I like the way they look, though. I mean, they're gorgeous, but
yeah, fantastic. Was the fighting? I didn't think it was too much. I thought it was some cool special effects in there. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs down, because it looks like they cut it from the second movie of Lord of the Rings when Sauron and Gandalf are fighting. It was the exact same fight, pretty much. I thought, from what I remember anyway, with the spinning them around with the staff and moving them back and forth.
I mean, I appreciated that, especially as being a moment of like fan service.
Maybe it was an Easter egg for fan service.
Yeah, I think so.
They like to do a lot of callbacks to the movies. And that's why I'm curious if it works for you or not, because the average fan, not the super fan, knows the movies. So, I think a lot of the fandom is annoyed because there's like less callbacks to the books than there are the Jackson movies. And so it is always curious to me how that hits the average fan who has seen the movies but not read the books. Are you recognizing these callbacks? And it sounds like all of you are, for the most part. So I want to real quick, Lottie, you look like you're like jumping out of your skin. So I want you to talk about this whole sequence before we move on.
Yeah, I was just wondering why they said the other when they found out it's not Sauron. So for them, it was like the consequence was, oh, it's not Sauron, so it's the other. And then, so that to me, it tells me that they are super connected somehow. So it seems to be like the other, there were two options. Either it's Sauron or it's the other. So I was just wondering how, not Gandalf, but like what did they call him? Istar?
Istar.
How
which means
that,
wizard.
Yeah. So like now I'm almost wondering, is Sauron a wizard? I mean, he is definitely not, he's more than just a normal being. But I just wondering how they are connected, and I want to find out more about that. So I think that was cool that we get a little hint that there's definitely a connection between the two. And I enjoyed, so we actually watched it in a group, and the whole group was like, when later we get the scene when Sadok passes away.
Sadok.
That was so sad. I was going to talk about the Harfoots next. Yes. Let's just move to the Harfoots. Yeah, go on.
They were like, oh wow, the sun rose very quickly all of a sudden when he said
it really did. I was like, oh, you mean right now the sunrise?
that was a little funny, but at the same time, I thought it was very well done. And when the Harfoots, they just give us the theme of family and relationships so well, and they call on our emotions, and especially when Nori wins her farewell, very, very emotional. I think either if you're a parent or not, I mean, it got me when they said goodbye to Nori, and when they said we got to let her go, we have to realize this is not her path, she has to go with him. The only thing I was thinking was that the stranger was very patient waiting for her, standing up there the whole time next to the tree, just watching the butterflies go by. No.
Yes. Anybody else on the Harfoots? the tearful goodbyes, the Nori going with the stranger. How did we like this?
They're my favorite part of the entire first season. Like the Harfoots, the way they were acted, the way they were written, the way the scenes went together. I thought they were the best part of the first season. Way better than they handled the elves. I didn't like a lot of the elf scenes and the way. This is going to sound kind of bad, but I didn't find that some of the actors playing the elves did a very good job, in my opinion. But yeah, Harfoots number 1, dwarves number 2. I loved the end scene. I liked the idea of family. I liked the idea of being good. I liked all of that. I liked that they really leaned into it. And visually, I thought they were probably the best looking thing of the full first season.
Yeah, I feel the same way about the Harfoots. I really love them. Some people have criticized how long this goodbye scene is. I thought it was lovely. It really reminds me of the original 3 movies and the time we spend in the Shire, and also the time we spend with Frodo and his companions, especially in Return of the King. I thought this is the kind of fan service that I enjoy, which is taking the essence of like the spirit of the movies or the spirit of these particular kinds of characters or these themes and spending time with them. That in itself it feels like a loving homage without being too on the nose as fan service to the original trilogy. I will say I love the idea that Nori's going with him. I love the idea that Poppy's going to lead now, and because I adore Poppy and she's wonderful in this.
Yes.
I do wish just logistically that, so we heard from the cultists that the wizard is going to remember more about who he is as he gets closer to, what is that place called? The Rune. Thank you. But I wish that the show had hung a brief lantern on, I remember a lot more now. I also can talk like a normal human now, Nori. Or that Nori had been like, it's nice sitting and talking with you. And he's like, yeah, this is one thing that they've helped me with, or something like.
Or the veil has been lifted. I remember.
Right. Literally any line that acknowledges he's just going to talk like a normal human now. And I say that because I really love this actor who's playing the wizard. And I'm really glad we get to hear him talk now. And so I kind of just wish from a logical standpoint that they had again, like called out, there's a shift for the character happening, symbolized in the way that he communicates. And I think that could be like highlighted a little bit more. But I think that these two are great together, and I'm excited to see what happens with them. That they are the thing I'm most excited about in season 2.
Yes, same. I'm very excited to see them journey together. The Hobbit wizard relationship is so foundational in all of Tolkien's works, actually. And so, yeah, I'm really similarly excited that we get to focus in on them and not as much with the caravan. I'll miss all those characters, but it'll be really nice to go deeper and deeper into that relationship and explore things there. So, yeah, a lot of good stuff to come, hopefully, in season 2. My question for you all is, will you be watching season 2?
Yep.
My partner really loves this show, so I guess I think I will. There's a lot
now.
that well, that's the other thing, is that I'm in it now. There's a lot that I am excited about, and I'm curious to see. Like, I think, we don't have to dive too much into the meta stuff that I was touching on earlier, but I think that what is happening in the film and TV industry, in particular in the TV industry right now, is fascinating. And if you're interested at all in where we are going as a culture and what is going to happen in our entertainment, it is worth watching pieces of big IP like this, because these are sort of the I don't know. I was going to say the word harbinger, but that is not the word that I'm looking for. They're sort of the test, or like they're kind of taking the temperature of the business of what's going on, and where we can expect to see entertainment going. And so I think for that reason alone, I'm interested to see what ends up happening in this series.
For me, I think I said it the whole time. It's a $2 show in a $10 package.
We didn't even mention how gorgeous it looks.
So it's amazing,
gorgeous.
but
it's gorgeous.
But it's a spectacle show. There wasn't a whole lot there for the first season, for me at least. Anyway, I like story driven, I like character driven stuff, and there was a little bit of that, but it was mainly focused on spectacle, and I think that was the point, because a lot of people really like spectacle. Explosions per minute and all that are great. It's part of their Amazon's checklist, but I'm hoping that they kind of dial it back for season 2, because they spent a lot of money on it for season 1. It looked beautiful. It was gorgeous. I had very few complaints about the CG, except for that weird looking warg in episode 3. Was it the looked like you bought it at a dollar store? Other than that, it looked really good. But the writing and the story to me, wasn't up to par with the amount of money they spent, wasn't up to par with what they could have done. And again, I know nothing about the lore and what should have gone in or what didn't go in. I watching the show, I'm like, I didn't like these storylines. There's not enough here. This seems abridged. This seems edited out. So I'm hoping that for the second season, they kind of marry the substance and the spectacle together, and it's more of a $5 and $5 show rather than a $2 and $10 show, if that makes any sense. I'd rather them spend less money in spectacle and more money on character development and writing and making sure they get all that stuff right.
Yes, I think I'm hoping that they take the lessons similarly, and that these showrunners, they are pretty green. So we all know, and this was a big fear, they were involved in some television that never got made. We know they were, Star Trek writers, which made me very nervous. But I'm hoping that they take the feedback from the fandom, take the feedback from folks who want to like the show, and they're still making the show, so there's lots of opportunities. There'll be 5 seasons. There's lots of opportunities for them to turn the ship around in the ways that didn't work and continue with the things that absolutely worked. Many people loved the visuals. Many people love the Harfoots. There's some great storylines in here, so I feel overall very hopeful.
And I do want to say too, we tend to lay a lot of blame or praise at the feet of showrunners, but showrunners have bosses. And the thing about, like, you could have the most brilliant showrunners in the world, and if you don't give them enough time, is a big one in TV. TV showrunners often do not have a sufficient amount of time for development, because the emphasis is we have a writing schedule, we have a production schedule, and that's just what it is. So get these scripts out the door. But creativity, no matter how brilliant you are, takes time. So that's thing number one. But they also need to be given creative leeway, and showrunners, no matter how brilliant or green you are often not given creative leeway, or are dealing with very real constraints from a network and producers, etc. And so
Amazon
I just want to say,
it doesn't explain some of the weaknesses in the script writing for me, though.
I fully agree, but I just want to say that, there are a lot of factors here, and so, like, I think that there are a variety of issues probably going on in the development process, and I don't know which ones are just straight, out of the showrunners and the writers' brains, and which ones are not in their control. So I just want to say, like, for those that are like, I hate these showrunners, maybe there are other things. Yeah. And at the same time, if you love these showrunners, that doesn't necessarily mean anything either, in terms of what actually ends up on your TV screen.
I can't speak to the Lord of the Rings because I don't know much about the showrunner, or I know they're green and I know they didn't have much behind them, but I can't speak about the Wheel of Time because I know a lot about that. And I can tell you that with Wheel of Time, which was Amazon's tester fantasy, and no matter what anybody says, it's what it was. It was a test bed for a lot of the stuff they did for Lord of the Rings. The writer's room, the showrunner, the production team had very, very little freedom. Amazon had their lists, and they said, you will do this. And there was a lot of arguing behind the scenes. There was a lot of fighting. There was a lot of, even for small things. For example, in the Wheel of Time, they wanted to make one of the main characters whose big thing was to talk to wolves, talk to bears instead, because they thought it would look better. And that took a lot of fighting to make it not happen, and it would have completely killed the show for the fandom. So I can't imagine that the Lord of the Rings did anything better, especially since the showrunners are so green. I think there's a reason they pick green showrunners for this, is because they can tell them, you will do these things. This is how it will work. And you will get a good gold star next to your name for doing it. Because Amazon truly, truly, truly likes to control the direction of a lot of their shows. And I think that's part of their problem, unfortunately.
Right. I mean, so making a show of this scale using limited source material was always going to be a task. It was always going to be a challenge. And as you mentioned, Trisha, they don't have the rights to the stuff in the Silmarillion, which would have rounded out a lot of the story. So they are filling in massive gaps. And, the lore panel is going to get to this, so I don't want to spend too much time. But I want to ask the super chat, and I want to ask you all, who are you which characters, let's focus on Numenorian characters and the Numenorian storyline. Who are you excited to see the most? And I'm going to answer first because I have strong feelings here. I'm really excited to see Muriel. I think she was a fantastic character. I think she was a true leader, a true queen. She suffered greatly the consequences of her decision to go to Middle-earth. She is now blind. But she is a queen of the people. She was fighting right alongside with them. She was rescuing them after the volcano erupted. You know, she is a leader, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her arc play out in Numenor. And as you said before, John, of course, seeing the Chancellor and how that's going to unfold. So I'll ask you all, you know, the same question. Who are you excited to see more of?
I'm gonna go with Isildur. I don't like that he's gone right now. I don't know what to think about that. But from the beginning, I wanted him to meet Galadriel. I don't know. I wanted them to meet. I wanted him to play a bigger role. And he's a character who's still searching for his way, and he feels like there's a calling. He can't really define what it is. I hope they do a good job on bringing him back. Yeah, so I'm most excited about his story arc in the next season.
Okay. Yeah. He's definitely such a flawed character. I'm enjoying him so much. I want to read something from the super chat really quick to that point. To the point we last made. The showrunners talked a great talk, and I was excited about their vision, saddened by the show trying to fit the films, dumbing things down and feeding on the nose hints like Marvel. This is from Kieran, just sort of weighing in on that topic. We like to insert some of your super chats because, you know, we appreciate you participating. And I feel that, and I think we all feel that, but, you know, remaining hopeful for season 2. But, you know, segueing back into talking about Numenor, if anybody in the super chat has, you know, anything to say about the Numenorian characters, get it in now while I ask my awesome panelists, Trisha and John, about their Numenorian characters' favorites.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Isildur come back. I feel pretty confident his horse is going to save him because I let his horse go, and we all know that they're there, and the horse is going to bring him back. I felt like I didn't have as strong of a sense as I wanted in this series about Isildur and what his arc is going to be like, and you know, what's his indecisiveness about who he is and what he wants doesn't give me a strong hint about where he's going. Although I know where he's going, but I'm curious how he gets there. And I think that that's going to be rich for dramatic conflict and everything in the next series. So definitely that. And I really am enjoying what they did with Muriel as well. The choice to take away her sight as a result of this accident, I think is fantastic. It's really great and inventive, and gives the actor a lot to do. And I think she's wonderful. She's always been one of my favorite parts of the show.
Okay.
As soon as they did that, I thought personification of justice when she comes
exactly
back
right
to liberate. Yeah, I was like, oh, this is good. I like this.
Symbolism. I see you.
That's right.
I got you. Well, before we wrap up, I want to, you know, thank all of you for coming on this journey, for showing up faithfully and talking about this show. It's been a true pleasure. You all have wonderful insights, and I am personally hoping that you come back and chat with us for season 2 and watch along. I love having the newbies. If you can stay away from the source material for long enough, we'd love to have you back. I'd love to get your predictions for season 2. Anything you want. Predictions or what you're hoping for, and we've touched on that a little bit, but we'll start with Lottie.
Okay. I think so. Well, we see that Sauron or Halbrand is gonna try and take Mordor back from Adar, probably because Adar he thinks he's the king of Mordor right now, and he also thought that he killed Sauron, so that's gonna be interesting to see them. And he now learned how to make the rings, so yeah. He's probably gonna go make his own. And then the elves, they're definitely getting into some kind of argument with the dwarves because they didn't help them. And we saw a little bit of the darker side of Disa and Durin, so also maybe they're gonna make their own. And what I hope to see more of is like this theme of, like even like combining those metals. We learned like that they almost like they need each other to make those powers. The Balrog and the elf and the power of nature, they made something great. So this theme of more explaining what the dark side, which I like about this, that they try to explain, both Adar and Sauron are trying to say, we are also beings and we are also trying to make this a better world. Their perspective is just different. So I want to see that theme play out, of the balance of, we need that balance of, darkness and light. You can't see light if there's no darkness, and the other way around. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah. I agree with everything that Lottie just said. Every tiny little bit of it. Well spoken, Lottie. For me, the thing that I want most is more theme. Like, I just want to know what this show is about. I want to know what makes me care about it. And that comes from character arc and character development and thematic depth that, thematic depth arises when this idea, which I think the show is about good and evil. I think that's the theme that is coming out here. But as I mentioned, several episodes ago, what does that mean? I would like the show to really get into what is evil, what are our evil impulses, and it, because unless we know what those are, unless the character's darkness is named, it becomes hard to avoid. And so I think there's some touching on that in this episode where Halbrand is beckoning Galadriel, like, come rule with me. And she's like, well, I don't want to be a part of it. She's like, he's like, let's bring peace to Middle Earth or whatever, and let's also rule it. And she's like, I will never be a part of that. So there's a lust for power there that's kind of being named, or that impulse to seize control of others. And I think that is when the show is at its best, when it's having those sort of more explicit conversations, not just in dialogue, but in action, in the characters' choices. When those are being really textually treating with the theme of evil, and where does it lurk? How can we avoid it if we don't look at it in our own hearts and our own selves, etc. So I think that there's a lot of potential here. The show didn't do quite as much of it as I had hoped, but definitely in season 2, I think there's a lot of space for that. So.
Absolutely. I personally, I have to agree with you, Trisha. I think they really verbally harped on how far into the darkness will you go, touch the darkness to protect what you love. But we need to see that play out. We don't just need to hear it over and over again. We need to see that. And I'm absolutely hoping that season 2 will get more into that theme, and also what does it look like to have dominance over the flesh, a power not of the flesh, but over it. We heard that repeated many times, but we didn't see what it looked like in practically speaking. So, hoping season 2, they're going to flesh that out much more. John, let's hear from you before we wrap up.
I'm kind of hoping season 2 focuses on Sauron and the fact that Galadriel hasn't told anyone who he is yet, and he uses that as a way to manipulate her or everyone else to joining his cause to liberate Mordor and get rid of all the orcs and whatnot. But he actually does have a master plan in mind to corrupt everyone and bring armies to his cause. And I want to see I want to see him be an actual villain, because he really wasn't for the first season at all. Adar was, in my opinion, pretty much the villain, and I want to see the second season him really become manipulative and evil. That's what I want to see anyway.
Yeah, definitely. We're not done with Adar. We're certainly not done with the orcs or the uruks. They prefer uruks. So we'll get back to all that good stuff, I'm sure, in season 2. Looking forward to it. Thank you all so much for all of your time, all of your insights. It's really wonderful. I'm just going to leave a little bit of space right now. If anybody would like to call in, any brave souls want to call in and ask the newbie panel a question or ask me a question, the number is flashing on the screen right now. You can call if you're feeling bold. And if we don't get any calls, we're going to hand it over to the lore panel. So once again, I'm going to announce that we have the Melonheads joining us today. They have their own podcast. If you haven't checked that out, do go check that out after panel 2. And I would like to quickly plug all 3 of our panelists. They have really exciting things going on. All 3 of them have shows that they do regularly that you should absolutely check out. So if you 3 could briefly talk about your respective endeavors and tell people where they can find you, that would be great. So we'll start with Lottie. Where can people listen to you, and what is it that you do?
Okay, Ezra and I, we do our Harry Potter podcast. It's called Shell Cottage Radio from, we're on Instagram. You can find us at Fleur and Bill because they're 2 characters from Harry Potter. And what we do is we, love to have like a cozy ambient style podcast where we just reread the books and sit down with a hot cup of coffee and, play some ambient noises in the background and talk about the books because we love them.
Are you going chapter by chapter through the Harry Potter books?
Yeah, we actually thought about many different ways to do it, but this just seems to be the best way, and we're sticking to that right now. We go chapter by chapter. We just we have 1 more left in the first book, so we just started out. So that's exciting.
They just started out. That sounds so lovely. And it is a husband-wife duo. And so there's going to be that natural chemistry. I'm absolutely going to listen. I'm a very big Harry Potter fan myself. So I'm going to check out Shell Cottage Radio for sure. And thank you, Lottie. Thank you for everything.
Oh, thank you, Jen. You're a wonderful host. It's been such fun to be here every week.
Awesome. John, let's move to you and your cool stuff you got going on. Tell us about it.
So I run a Wheel of Time News YouTube channel. I mostly focus on the Amazon production Wheel of Time, although I do book lore, explain videos, things of the nature for people who are new to the Wheel of Time fandom. I break down everything and anything there is to know about the Wheel of Time, whether it be news, leaks, rumors. I do interviews with cast, crew, production team. In fact, my 3rd anniversary show is airing tomorrow, and I have 2 very surprise guests who are cast members from the show coming on to speak with me. So you don't want to miss that. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It is a really good listen. They tell some wonderful stories about being on set with Rosamund Pike and some fun stuff about COVID as well. So really a good show coming out tomorrow. But I usually put out a couple of videos per week, and anything from leaks to official news to breakdowns of what goes on. So that's what I do.
So cool. I really enjoyed the Wheel of Time. I didn't know what was going on. I'm sure I had a very similar experience to what you're having with Lord of the Rings. I was slightly confused, but I enjoyed the ride. And I'll certainly be tuning into season 2, and I'm going to watch your YouTube for a little bit more context. So I think it's so cool that you've gotten some cast members. I know that we're personally hoping to do that on Watch Party Lord of the Rings. My podcast, we'd love to have cast members on. So super cool to get people's experience who are on the ground making the show. All of that's great. So yeah,
it's always a lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely.
Go check out What Up, and let's move to Trisha. Trisha, what's your deal? I know you have an awesome podcast, so tell us all about it.
Sure. Yeah. I'm a screenwriter. And I also write for a YouTube channel called Lessons from the Screenplay. We do 10-minute video essays that do story and screenwriting focused analysis on film. And then we have a companion podcast. You don't have to watch the YouTube channel to listen to the podcast. The podcast is called Beyond the Screenplay, co-hosted by me and 3 others, including the creator of the YouTube channel, Michael Tucker. And with every week or every other week, we talk about a movie and we just dive into it. We do in-depth, story-focused conversational analysis where we get into the screenwriting techniques and just all the storytelling techniques that you see on display. And it's all positive, pretty much all from a positive angle. So we basically pick things that we think are really well done in movies that we really love and try to break down why they're great from a storytelling angle. And especially with a screenwriting focus, but you don't need to be a screenwriter to listen to it. It's not too inside baseball. So that's Beyond the Screenplay.
It's fantastic. I'm a regular listener now, especially since you've joined this show. And I have to say, I'm a huge Jane Austen fan, and your analysis of Pride and Prejudice was so fantastic. I love that movie.
Thanks.
It was just, it's a really wonderful way to to listen back through a movie that you've seen and hear all different perspectives. They jump into, again, a lot of the script because that's their specialty. So definitely, go check that out. It's really great beyond the screenplay. So I'm going to release our lovely newbies. Thank you all again. Hope to see you in the future. Best of luck with all your endeavors. And everybody, we're going to chat briefly before I hand it over to panel 2. I'm going to chat about our art once again for those just joining us. I know a lot of people joined just for panel 2, but we're going to talk about the art. So this week we have a featured artist. We're going to flash back up there before we start panel 2. It's Spiros Galekas. He's got a really wonderful collection of Tolkien art, detailed, intricate paintings that kind of blow my mind. Once again, we have a discount. He's got a discount in his Etsy shop. If you use code Middle-earth, all caps, you can get 12% off of his Etsy store. So please go, click that link, support artists, support Tolkien artists. These folks create out of a love of creating. And we need more of that in our world, honestly. I think we're all here appreciative of the art that people put into the world. This show, I think, is an art form. And, we like to support artists here at Watch Party and at Fellowship of Fans. So check that out. Also, go support The Hungry Hobbits. They have awesome content every week. We use their content for our recipes this week. The Happy Hobbits. I'm sorry. I'm hungry, so I said Hungry Hobbit. It's Happy Hobbit. The Happy Hobbits. Go check them out. Absolutely fantastic content creators. And if you're into recipes, you can always find their recipes up on their social media, and you can find it on our social media as well. So without further ado, I am going to welcome the lore panel. We've got some lore panelists here. We're going to introduce them. If you'd introduce yourselves, lore panelists, before Michael hops on, that would be great, so we know who we're talking to. So welcome, lore panel. Let's start with Lakitia.
Good evening, good lady. Great to be back, everybody. For the very last time, we're here to analyze, the final episode, which makes me a little bit sad, but also a little bit relieved because, finally it's all out there. We know what to expect from here on out. So, very mixed emotions at the moment.
Mixed emotions. Yes, absolutely. I'm so sad it's over as well. I'm excited to hear your take. I'm really excited because I know you're going to dig in deep. All right, let's move to our next panelist. I can't see very well, so you'll have to introduce yourself.
Strider, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, hello, everyone.
We've got the melon heads. Can you hear me?
Or we can go with them.
Yes. Hello. Can everybody hear us?
All right, sounding good.
Yep.
Oh, sweet. Sorry, we thought we were having some technical issues here, but
That's okay. We are too. So you're good. We're all on the same page. Technical issues all around.
Right. Okay.
But we're good here. So thanks guys for joining us today, and we'll jump in soon here.
Sweet. Great. Perfect. Should
Strider?
we introduce ourselves, or
if you guys want to?
Okay.
Yes, please introduce yourselves.
You can do it.
Are we live right now? Yeah.
We're live.
We're live. All right. Well, my name is Dave. This is my brother Johnny. We are the two hosts of the podcast, The Council of Elrond, and we're collectively known as the Melonheads. So it's great to be here. We're going to look forward to breaking down this episode. And can't wait to hear everyone's thoughts. Yeah, and this is our page, so you can check it out. And by the way, this whole setup is fantastic. So
this is lovely.
Lovely.
Oh, yeah, that's our wizard, Kyle.
That's what he does.
Ah, yes. The other blue wizard.
So maybe do you guys want to go
he's
one by
worth
one and
for
just give
both
your
wizards.
overall feelings of the episode, or how do you want to proceed?
I think Strider just wanted the opportunity to say hi as well. I don't think
Great.
he managed to earlier.
Yes, Strider.
But just
Welcome,
to be clear,
Strider.
Are you hearing me?
Yep.
Your volume's a bit low, but here I can turn it up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hello. I'm just happy to be here. I haven't somehow missed any of the episodes of this Watch Party show, so I'm very happy with that, and I'm very excited to comment on this finale. And it was a cool episode.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we want to start this episode the same way that we start most of them in the newbie panel as well. So I'd love to hear everybody's one-word reaction to this episode and why. So let's start with Lakitia.
Oh, I forgot to prepare for that one.
So just go from the heart. Speak from the heart, sister.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the first one that came to my mind was unfortunately convoluted. I normally I don't go that negative, like right off the bat, and I'm not entirely negative at all about this episode or anything. But the one thing that did stick out to me was just the whole revelation part, which, in my opinion, was really really rushed. It wasn't well thought out. It was just the whole arc of having Halbrand revealed within one episode. I mean, by the beginning of this episode, Galadriel wasn't even suspecting him yet, nothing like that. And then within a few scenes, we just get her from point he's my new BFF to the point where, oh my gosh, this is the person who murdered my brother. And I thought it was all done with a big lack of subtlety. So yeah, I guess I'll go with that. But yeah, I really want to reinforce that I'm not entirely negative on the episode. It was a very pleasant episode to watch, all in all. But some parts kind of really irked me. So yeah, that's where we're at.
All right, we've got one irked member of panel 2. Let's go to Strider.
Well, I will say finally, and by finally I mean finally one episode I didn't have to actively activate my sense of suspension of disbelief. This is the first episode. It's been a while since I watched the first and second episode, so I'm not sure. Maybe the first one was kind of also on the same level, but I don't think so. I think the episode 8 was the first episode for me that was overall just a fun episode. I watched it. I enjoyed it. I agree. It has lore problems. It has the way Lakita just put it, it feels rushed. A lot of things happened in this episode that could have happened over a course of like 2 or 3 episodes, and I think we would all like to see that happen in that way. But overall, it was a fun episode that I wasn't annoyed actively consciously by something. Like there was a lot of good stuff in previous episodes, but there was always at least 1 or 2 things that really took me out of it. This was the first episode I was like finally just enjoying myself. Like I was able to just let myself go.
I felt similarly, as soon as I realized, you know what, Halbrand is Sauron, and I'm just going to accept it, I had a better time watching it. When I was able to just let myself accept that this is where we're going, okay, I'll get on board. I'll just get on board and enjoy the ride. And it's it seems to go better if we can put aside some of our critiques as we're watching it. But now is the time for critiques, I would say. So let's move to the melon heads. You fellas, one word and why.
I think the word that I wrote down was similar to what Lakita said as well, which was rushed. And again, similarly, I'm not going to say that I was negative about the episode as a whole, but I kind of related it earlier in a different episode to in our episode review. I said I would have expected something more similar to Breaking Bad, where Hank finally finds out that his brother-in-law is the big bad, is Heisenberg, and we get this kind of season break before that reveal and before they actually confront each other. And it just did feel like it was extremely rushed, from Galadriel finding out, us as audience finding out at the same time. I would have been perfectly fine with us finishing the season with us having found out that he was Sauron, but nobody else knowing about that. It was just something for the viewers. And I think Galadriel found out way too soon, in my opinion. But apart from that, again, I did enjoy this episode. I thought it was a very fun episode. But just in terms of a pacing situation, the pacing in this episode compared to other episodes has been a little bit all over the place. So but again, overall, quite a good episode, I think.
I think so too. And I would like to also add that the reveal of Sauron was obviously rushed, but they also included lots of other things that I didn't expect to be in the episode, such as well, we're going to get into it later, I assume, but the revelation of who the stranger might or might not be, and obviously the forging of the 3 rings of power. Just couldn't believe that they managed to squeeze that into about 10 minutes of an episode when I thought they could have just left that for season 2 if we're only touching on it now. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff squeezed into one little episode.
Yeah, well, let's start from the beginning. Let's talk about the stranger. Let's talk about Meteor Man encountering the 3 mystics. This was definitely controversial. I want to hear from the lore folks. Do we think he's Gandalf? Do we think that they're deliberately misleading us? And I want to get your thoughts on the mystics in general, who they are, who we think they are. Hopefully we see them again and get more background on them. But let's start with Strider.
Yeah, so I think it's 99.99% clear that this guy is pretty much Gandalf, or the person who will eventually be known as Gandalf. I think if it's Gandalf, it's going to be very interesting to see how he will get the name, because he has several names depending on the area and depending on the people talking to him. So it's going to be interesting how he will get the name. So I think he is Gandalf, but I'm still holding out some hope that either he is one of the Blue Wizards, or that at least we will get to see them because he's going east. So, or he's going to the Lands of Ruin. So I'm hoping that it's either one of the Blue Wizards, or he will at least take us there. But it's pretty clear that it's pretty likely that it's Gandalf. As for the 3 ladies, I saw a video, I think today, of one of the showrunners mentioning the cults in the East, and there's like some stories there. And when you pause the show on Amazon Prime, obviously, it's in one of those sections that are like there as like extra tidbits. It says that there are several stories of the wizards that haven't been told, that haven't been heard yet. So I think it's quite likely that there are indeed some cultists, but whether it's exactly Sauron's cultists or maybe one of the Blue Wizards that got corrupted by Sauron and or Morgoth or something like that, like it's unclear. There's potential, and it's interesting that they decided to use the shape-shifting powers, because we know that Sauron is, of course, known as the shapeshifter. So yeah.
Loved the shape shifting. I love when we think it's Nori and then the eyes change and she goes down. It's so dramatic and it worked so well.
I wish it wasn't spoiled in the trailer.
Exactly.
Yes, it was spoiled. Yeah, one of the newbies brought it up, and I was like, wait, what? And then I went back and watched and realized, they flashed to that. But still, very, very cool effects with the mystics. Let's go to Lakitia. Your thoughts on, is this Gandalf? Is this not Gandalf? And the encounter with the mystics in general.
Oh, we have Mike with us as well.
Hello
there,
everyone.
good sir.
Mike, haircut mate. Let's go.
Welcome, the man, the legend.
Thank you for your patience. I had a little bit of a family reunion type gathering this morning. I was trying to get a little bit of the best of both worlds and ended up cutting you all short. So sorry, but I'm here. I'm here now. What did I miss? Lots of fun, I'm sure.
Lots and lots of fun. I had big shoes to fill, but we were just discussing the Meteor Man and his encounter with the Mystics. If we think he's Gandalf, is he Gandalf? Is he not? And how do we feel about his encounter with the Mystics? So we're going to Lakitia, and I will I will leave this in your capable hands, Michael. So thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for keeping the show together.
Absolute pleasure, and I'll be watching and listening, and maybe even chatting, and maybe even calling if you're lucky. So,
Nice.
All right, take it away, Lakitia.
All right. So, as far as the mystics are concerned, I don't think they're my favorite concept in this show. I don't think I've been a fan of them ever since we saw the Feminine in the trailer. But the way they were done, it just leaves me a little bit puzzled. Like, are they human? And if so, where did they learn their magic? Because obviously not from Sauron, because otherwise they would have recognized him, etc. So yeah, not the biggest fan, and I thought it was really, really surprising in a way that they presented the shape shifting of Nori, or into Nori, or from Nori back to herself. That they showed it in a trailer, and it was in the trailer I got the feeling that this was going to be like, the peak of the episode. That was going to be where the action's at, and then we get it over with it within the first minute or so, even before we get the credits rolling. So I thought that was a little bit of an odd choice. But as far as Meteor Man being anybody other than Gandalf, I think they kind of want us to believe that. That's why they're just, letting little breadcrumbs here and there in interviews, mentioning the Blue Wizards and the other Istari whose stories we haven't yet heard. But in my opinion, with lines like "follow your nose," and it would be really, really, really bizarre, in my opinion, if he were anyone other than Gandalf. I mean, that would have meant that the wizards must have this secret code, and they all, pull their quotes up from the same book. So
They all follow their noses.
They all follow their noses, and I
That's the
think
part
a
of the
lot
playbook.
of I also think a lot of the audience members, especially non-book readers, would be very, very pissed off if you are anyone other than Gandalf after all the teasing that they've done. So yeah.
Well, I would add in there before we go to I want to hear from Strider as well on this, but it is interesting that the way that they revealed the stranger's identity, if he is indeed Gandalf, is through a quote not from the books but to the Jackson films. And it's also interesting that wouldn't reveal anything to anyone unless they were very familiar with the films. So that leaves totally new fans who are being introduced to the Rings of Power, or being introduced to Tolkien through the Rings of Power. They're out in the cold. They don't get it unless they catch it on Twitter or Facebook or an article. So it's an interesting way to reveal your big twist, if indeed that is what they were going for. If that is the twist for the Stranger arc, that he is Gandalf. They did it in a way where half the people aren't going to get it. So, Strider, what do you think?
I don't think. Can I just chime in really, really quickly? I don't think this was meant to be the big revelation. I just think that they're meant to, be teasing us more and more and more, just like they were doing with Halbrand. And with Halbrand, we did get our revelation in this episode, but with Meteor Man, who may or may not be Gandalf, who is Gandalf. I think they just want, to keep the mystery going a little bit further, but, really reinforcing that sense of familiarity for movie watchers. So, yeah.
Strider, what do you think? Any chance he's not Gandalf? I think we're all probably in agreement. Most likely Gandalf, but what are the odds that he's not Gandalf? 5%, 2%?
Yeah, not more than 2 or 3%. I think there's potential for the Blue Wizard. I think the mystics, them being here, whether they are some sort of lesser Maiar or genuinely some men like the sorcerers of men, sorceresses. I think we are going to today. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think we're going to get some sort of Blue Wizards, and I think these could be cultists of one of the cults that maybe one of the Blue Wizards have created. But yeah.
So there's a lot of interesting stuff that happened in their short exchanges. So when they realize that he's not Sauron, they say he's one of the Astar, or I think they say Astar, not actually Astari, but basically revealing to us, the viewers, that they know of this other order of Maiar-like being, which makes me think that some of the Astari are already in Middle Earth. So we'd all been speculating for a long time. Maybe this is one of 2 Blue Wizards, and there's another Blue Wizard out there. So maybe we're going to get something like that. Maybe both Blue Wizards are already in Middle Earth. So, Johnny, Dave, I want to hear from you on this. Do you think there are other wizards that we are in Middle Earth? And also, I want to ask, are you guys actually in the same location for once? It's great to see you both together.
Yeah, we're both in Spain. We can feel each other, which is weird.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you don't need to feel each other on camera, but
that's okay.
No, that's when we feel each other the most. What was the previous question? So I want to actually rebuttal a little bit, because everyone seems to be 99% in the camp of this wizard being Gandalf, but they haven't really done any big revelation like they did with Halbrand being Sauron. And I know they had the always follow your nose thing, but like what you said, Michael, that's a Peter Jackson quote, or that's a reference from the movie. So I think this is literally just to keep people guessing, and it's kind of saying it could be Gandalf, but we're not explicitly saying it is him. I think it's really interesting that they talk about Rune in this episode as well. And I don't think Gandalf ever went to the east. So
he specifically says he doesn't. To the east I go not, when he's
exactly
telling people about his names. Yeah.
Right. So the fact that I don't know, I think the stars are aligning, so to speak, with this guy being a blue wizard. And I think that Amazon are just trying to tease everyone, or they know that people are going to be putting out columns and tweets saying, oh, the Gandalf is in the show, Gandalf is in the show, and that'll pull other people into watching this TV show. So I think it's clever, but I'm not convinced that it's Gandalf. If it definitely was, I think they would have done something a lot more revealing, I suppose. And then to talk about the actual mystics as well, I agree. I don't know if they are actually human at all, or what the story there is, especially when this wizard guy shot them with his lightning bolt or whatever he did, and they looked really like the Nazgul from the Peter Jackson movie. So they seemed like they were from another world. So I don't know, was that just whatever magic he was using, or that he was forcing back upon them? But yeah, turning into moths and
shadow
butterflies.
You came, and to the shadow I bid you return, or something to that effect, kind of echoing what Gandalf says to the Balrog in Moria, go back to the shadow, which maybe they are some sort of lower Maiar, which would be interesting.
So that's just another Gandalf kind of tease. People would kind of recognize just hearing him say, go back to the shadow, or go back from whence you came. But yeah, I definitely don't. I always thought they were cultists, but they have too much power for humans. So I don't really.
They're too weird.
They are too weird. I don't like them. But, they freak me out, and I wish they didn't die. Well, maybe in season 2 we'll get to see more cultists, and we'll get to hear about them. I hope Amazon doesn't just not explain who they were, because they have a lot to explain.
Well, and that's a good question. Do you think? I know it kind of looked like they died. I mean, we saw their spirit form; they turned into butterflies. But if they are something, if they're not human, that perhaps they did not actually die. Their physical form was destroyed by the stranger / Gandalf. But perhaps their spirits fled elsewhere, and they will eventually be rehoused. And so I'll put the question to you: do you think we will see these 3 characters again? And sort of the meta aspect of this is, they spent a lot of time on the mystics in teasers and promotional materials. They were some of the characters I was most interested to find out about, and we learned absolutely nothing, or almost nothing, right? It would be such a shame if this is the last we see of them. It would almost not make sense. Both in the story and just sort of from meta aspect, I feel like maybe we'll see these characters again, but I want to hear your thoughts about that.
Well, I hope we do get to see them again, because as you've rightly pointed out, they were teased a lot in the promotional, in the trailers and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like when they actually finally arrived on the scene, it definitely added a lot more weight and a lot more impetus to the story of the Harfoots, because apart from them just kind of wandering around, and the big danger was just being left behind by the other Harfoots. They actually had a real danger, a present danger that was kind of chasing them. So it gave a lot more importance to that story, and a lot more need to kind of, to just continue and try and get away from these guys, hide from them, or try and take them on, which they ended up doing. So I definitely thought that they pushed that story along a lot better once they eventually came in. And now, I for me, my personal opinion is that these are maybe lower level Maiar, and that they are not dead. They have been pushed back to the Shadow Realm. And if he says back to the Shadow, or whatever the exact quote was, I think that's pretty much telling us exactly that he is not killing them. He's just basically maybe taking away their corporal form, and that they've been sent to maybe, like in Superman, one of the Zod's little squares that he gets sent out into the void or something, or else just gets sent back to the Shadow Realm. But I certainly, and to also mirror what Dave said, I'm still holding out for a blue wizard, and I think that there's been so many red herrings around Meteor Man. that this could just be another one of those. And I definitely think that the season finished with the big reveal of Halbrand being Sauron. And I think maybe they purposefully didn't give him an actual name, say this is like Gandalf or Olorin or any of his other names. And I actually thought that another theory that I think I saw somewhere on Twitter, maybe that it might be interesting if we never get a name for this character throughout the whole series, maybe they give him a different name. And at the end of the entire series, we have to make up our own minds about who we think this character is. Is he Gandalf? Is he one of the Blue Wizards? Which could also be an interesting spin on it. But I remember my first feeling when I saw that they were calling him Sauron and they wanted to make him evil. I thought maybe he could still be a Blue Wizard and he would eventually learn these evil traits and become kind of an evil cult leader out in the East, out in Rune. I thought that would be a really cool story to follow as well. But it looks like as he says, I am good. So or I am Groot. I'm not sure which one he says. But, it looks like he's not going to be an evil cultist out in Rune, so that's disappointing.
Well, it is still just season 1, so that he's got time to go evil. And there was a moment that I thought was interesting when they tell him that he's Sauron and they say, you have power over fire, and they start sort of listing off his supposed powers, and he starts kind of feeling the power and the wind's going, and he seems to be kind of enjoying the power that they are saying he has. There was a little glimmer of evil in there, kind of embracing the evil that they were saying he was. So I don't know, but also maybe that's just Gandalf, right? Because Gandalf talks about how if he had the ring, he would eventually become a Dark Lord, right? So everybody's got that kernel of temptation inside them. So I think the door is still open. Maybe it's just 2%, maybe 5%, but we could be seeing something else here.
Can I jump in quickly?
Please.
I didn't see this as him enjoying the power necessarily, but more so that, he spent the whole season not knowing who he was. He had this season-long identity crisis, and now he finally seems to be getting some answers. And I would say that must be pretty exciting for him. But also, that's also the other reason why I don't think we will actually be seeing the Mystics again. I think their purpose was to help him realize who he is and come to terms with, his alignment, whether he's good or evil. So I think, that purpose has been served. They have been banished into the void in the shape of moths. And I would be surprised if we get to see them again. We don't know from the lore that Sauron had any of these sorts of cultist types of wizardy, witchy characters, at least from what I know. I mean, they're not werewolves, most likely, though I know that theory has been circulating as well, following those 3 wolves that attacked the Harfoots. But I think their storyline is mostly done by now. I don't know. I don't expect to see them again.
Strider, how about you? Do you think we'll see them again? And I also want to throw in, do you think that they are actually from Rune? And the reason I ask that is they quote the line, and this is something they do in the show all the time. They pull a line either from the books or from the movies and just kind of put it in someone else's mouth, just kind of to wink at the audience. We can debate whether, the degree to which we like that. But they take Aragorn's words, or they say, in Rune where the stars are strange, which makes sense coming from Aragorn because he's not from Rune, so the stars would seem strange. But if they are from Rune, you don't talk about your own hometown like, I'm in Phoenix where the desert is strange. It's like, nah, it's like that's my hometown. So it seems a little odd. Are they from Rune, or are they from somewhere else? And maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm overly nitpicking, but I wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a important thing to speculate on. Like, there's definitely potential for some important information there. I think we may not see, maybe we will not see these 3 specifically, but I think we will see more of them, of like their, let's call it an order or a cult, or however. I think we will definitely see them because, the stranger, whoever he is definitely going to the east, and he's going to have to, like, there's going to be some conflict for sure, so he will need some sort of an adversary there. So I don't know, I think it's it's strange to think about like who they are, because they do seem to have a presence in the unseen world, and it's like a pretty clear presence. So, someone in the chat said, Galadriel never went to Numenor in the books, so maybe Gandalf can go to the east or something like that. There were definitely changes to the lore, so I can see all sorts of scenarios happening here. And, is Rune really that far east that we can call it east? Because the map that we see, the map that we associate with Middle Earth is like the northwest, basically, like a huge part of the whole landmass, but it's like the northwest of the continent, of the whole landmass. So maybe technically going to the area around the Sea of Rune is not east of the whole landmass, though it is, of course, obviously east of the map that we associate with the world of Middle Earth. So I don't know. I think we will see them. I don't know. I'm 50-50. Like they could be some sort of Maiar, but they could also be members of some cult. Like, then again, the fact that they can shape change, I think it's too out there for a mortal to have that sort of power. So if I had to make a bet, I would say that they are some sort of spirits.
Although it is worth noting that the power of illusion is something that non-Maiar have exercised. Granted, not immortal, but I think Finrod. I'm talking about the tale of Brandon Luthien here. He disguises him and his soldiers, companions, when they're approaching Tolsirion, and Luthien does the same thing. She disguises herself and Baron as orcs. Of course, these are elves. These are more powerful characters than just mortals, but they may be grabbing onto this notion that like the power of illusion is something that can be exercised by folks other than the Maiar or Valar. So maybe they'd be kind of going with that, and that kind of gets into.
That's a good point.
And that kind of gets into another question I wanted to pose to Johnny and Dave. And Lakita, you pointed out, like, there's a lot of action. This was the action sequence. This was the fight, the battle. This is kind of the high point in terms of from an action-oriented perspective. How did you guys like the display of magic? We saw more magic in this episode than in any other episode in this season, and really in most Lord of the Rings adaptations, period. Like, we don't see this level of magic, really, really powerful magic from both the Mystics and also from the Stranger. We see a callback to Saruman holding his staff, and from the Fellowship of the Ring, we see one of them do the same thing, use his staff in that same way, and sort of the power of levitation. So a lot of magic. And I think that the way that magic is displayed and used is very, very important to me. I prefer that it be subtle and not over the top. We get kind of an over the top demonstration of magic here, and I want to hear everybody's thoughts about the use of magic in the Rings are generally, but specifically in this scene.
Yeah, I think we definitely get a bit of a throwback to the Fellowship of the Ring movie, where we had that wizard off, and there was the kind of I know it's known as the breakdancing wizards, but and I think there were some calls to that as well, where we saw Gandalf, or if we're calling him Gandalf now, we saw the Stranger just kind of being thrown around and been thrown into rocks and walls and things like that. And yeah, it was very reminiscent. And I agree with you, Michael, that for me, I think in Tolkien's writings, the magic is more subtle. But I'm not going to say I disliked it. I definitely enjoy watching magic on TV, and I think it can be really fun. I thought it was actually done quite well, and it I don't know. For me, I really enjoyed that scene. I thought it was just very. I really was blown away by the visuals in this episode as a whole. To be quite honest, I thought it was incredible. I didn't really. I remember as soon as we saw the kind of banishing of the mystics into the Shadow Realm, or whatever ended up happening, and the kind of the butterflies and the moths. I remember just kind of like pausing it and looking at Dave and being like, "What's the meaning behind this?
Yeah.
What does that mean? These moths? Is there a deeper meaning?" And we both were just a bit kind of baffled. But I just took it for a beautiful visual as well. I thought it was really cool. And we definitely, I think it's very purposefully done that we see these three mystics in their kind of wraith form almost. I think, and I think it's done on purpose that they look similar to Peter Jackson's wraiths. When Frodo puts on the ring of Weathertop, for example, I think that's supposed to remind us of that from as a viewer, from the viewer's perspective. So I don't think that was accidental at all, and I think for that reason, again, it makes me feel like these are some sort of creatures or whatever, people that live in this spirit world, in the spirit realm. So for me, that's why I'm thinking has to be Maiar in some sort of level, maybe a lower level, obviously, that they're trying to worship Sauron. But yeah, again, hopefully magic is going to be used sparingly throughout the rest of the series. But for this once off here and there, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Jen pointed out to me when we were debating this on our podcast breakdown that this was really the only episode where we saw magic. So if you don't like overuse of magic, they have been pretty restrained in the show. This is really the only example of it. So, Lakitia, how about you?
Yeah, for me it was pushing it a little bit, but like you just said, I mean, if this is a one-off, if this is something that's gonna happen once or twice every season, that's fine with me. What I did find a little bit more perhaps inexplicable is that, I don't know, in The Hobbit we have Gandalf, sitting atop I don't know what it was, a pine tree or something, and just trying to light the cones on fire and throw them at the wolves, at the works. And here we just have this person just being super, super powerful. Like this is superhero level of magic, and nowhere in the Lord of the Rings had he displayed this amount of just pure, I don't know, arcane power. And I don't necessarily need to see that. I'm fine with magic being a little more subtle, like it was in the books. Tolkien wasn't one for really intricate magic systems. But I suppose, I think this, even with the mythology behind these mystics, I don't think they're gonna go, or they did go too deep into it, or I don't think we're gonna get them explained at any point. I think this is just, they were using magic because it looked cool. I think that's all there is to it. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever have any sort of explanation. Yeah.
The way I kind of have sort of like an excuse in my head, or like an explanation for the amount of magic that the mystics display is, so the Istari, they are, one of the key instructions is that they need to keep their inner magic and power under control and not to really show it. So not if, like, these guys are obviously evil, and perhaps that's why they're not showing the same level of restraint. I'm not saying that it is as I say, but in my head I'm trying to find like a balance between Gandalf throwing those pine cones and them doing this. I absolutely agree. This is crazy, especially if they're just mortals. But maybe perhaps that's this level of restraint that the Istari have on themselves. But if these three, and perhaps I assume there's more of them, so like the rest of their order, if they're also like some other type of Maiar, perhaps that's why like they don't care about the limitations, because the Valar are those who impose the limitations on the Istari. So perhaps that's why these three can show that level of power. But that's definitely something that I'm hoping we're going to get explained at some point. It's too early to say, like, perhaps we will not get an explanation, perhaps we will. It's too early to know, like, whether they're coming back or not. That's also a very important question. So we will definitely have to, of course, see what happens in the second season. I'm hoping we get more of this. I think we will, because he has to go east and he needs to fight someone. So,
well, and I'm wondering, remind me, we've been talking about all three of the mystics using magic, but the only one I really actually, now that I think about it, remember using magic is Slim Shady, right? She's the illusionist. She can change form. She uses fire. She's the one who actually battles with the stranger. One of them has, like, I don't know, throwing stars or throwing moons. That
one of them's good at pointing, I think, as well.
Yeah. Right. One of them is giving orders. One of them's doing all the magic, and one of them's like the fighter. just kind of an
And this one
interesting-
doesn't talk at all either. I think
Yes,
the magic
she
one.
didn't speak.
Yeah.
The Dweller,
just
isn't it?
the Dweller. Okay.
Isn't that her name?
I
I
think
don't
that's
know.
right. Yeah. So the ascetic is the one that I would consider the leader who did the most talking. This is the dweller, and then I don't remember what the other
Oh,
one is.
the nomad, maybe
The nomad.
something like. I think it's the nomad, the third one. Yeah. She seems to be the only one that can really do some, high level magic.
So we may or may not see the mystics in the future. Maybe they're fully dead. Maybe we'll see these characters. Maybe we'll see other characters like them, because the stranger is going to ruin. But that is something that they are teeing up for the next season. So a good season finale wraps up storylines, but also teases new ones. And so I think that we're getting a little bit of that here with these characters. I for one do hope we see them again. But before moving on from the stranger, we got to talk a little bit about the Harfoots. Really pulling their own in this battle. I think Sadok popping out of the weeds and stabbing one of them in the foot. They were not useless. They're not totally useless. But poor Sadok having really, I think, a really nice death scene. That's a weird sentence to say, nice death scene. But it was kind of a beautiful moment and really well done. And I think very notable that he accepts his death, which I think will be in stark contrast to the Numenorians, of course, which they don't, and that's the cause of their downfall. So what did y'all think of Sadok's death scene? Yay or nay on Sadok's death? No. We'll get to that.
Well, you asked about Malva, but okay.
I love the way it was done. It was so heartwarming. And also the thing that he says, I'm afraid I'm about to go wandering off trail. I thought that was just such a nice touch, and with him just watching the sunrise, and you can see him dying, he's struggling, he's in pain, but still it's such a serene moment. I really love that. And of course, this is the highly idealized depiction of how somebody with a deathly stab wound would likely go, but I really appreciated it nonetheless. And I just thought it was a bit of a weird trade-off probably for the Harfoots, because in order to save this stranger whom up until recently they thought was this huge peril, they sacrificed their own leader. I think Sadok's position within that community is that of a leader. So yeah, that was quite a hefty price to pay to help out a guy in weird ropes.
Especially because he ends up leaving the place.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan Kwan says Boromir's death was much more sweet.
Yeah, just because we were really happy that he died, and for Sadok, we weren't that happy that he died. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My God.
I think the melon has
Take
less
that
something to
back
say about
immediately. That is without a shadow of a doubt my favorite scene from all three of the Peter Jackson movies. It's just it's incredibly well done. It's beautiful, and Boromir is my favorite character from the Lord of the Rings. So I think it's amazing, that scene, and I absolutely adore Boromir, and I will fight you.
My list of enemies, is starting to grow long. Now you just have to tell me that you really like the dwarves as well, and
we also got a nice comment here that we got a nice comment here that this is the first Hobbit killed on screen. First Hobbit killed on screen ever. So I didn't really think about that, but that is notable. First of many, I hope. No, I'm just kidding. I do like the
Hobbit Holocaust.
Holocaust. Well, and
that was one of the theories, that they will end like in the early time of the season. That was like a lot of people speculating they will end up dying a very bad, massive death at the hands of mystics. Thankfully, that didn't happen. But yeah.
Well, and in terms of the fate of the rest of the Harfoots, Nori goes off trail with the stranger and goes on this adventure. Poppy is left behind, kind of in a leadership role now, or at least we get it seems implied that she'll take on that role as the trail finder. Mm-hmm. Do you think that we are going to see the Poppy and the primary group of Harfoots in season 2? I think we'll eventually, if Nori has a happy ending, she'll be reunified with her caravan. I think that'll happen, but that will be, that could be just kind of like the final scene, the happy ending, but we don't get the Harfoot caravan as an actual participating part of the plot in future seasons, or do you think that we will see them? That we'll see Poppy's story go on, and that they'll have adventures along the way? Strider, how about you?
Just 1 second. So Yona in the chat said that Smeagol killed a hobbit, so he killed the eagle. So we kind of saw a hobbit die.
Yeah. There you go. Yep, good point.
But maybe the first time, it's still the first time that's not hobbit on hobbit violence. But yeah, so that's a good question. I think we may actually see them, but I think they will not have such a big role, because I think that eventually, at least some of the hobbits at some point will end up. That's just my theory. It's based on nothing specific, but the hobbits do settle at some point. So I expect that we will see some hobbits settling somewhere, and I think because it is the Second Age, I think they will do the setup for actually the hobbit in question, the Smeagol and his tribe that they dwelled around the River Anduin. So I think we may see them, wandering around as well, and maybe that idea of them settling down somewhere will start showing up, especially because perhaps now that Sadok is gone, perhaps that will push them maybe, after generations and generations, I guess, of wandering around, to maybe think about settling. So I think we will not see them definitely as much as we saw them in this season, but I think we may see them a few times. But I wouldn't be surprised if we skip them this season and they come back. Like, I'm sure they will come back at some point. So perhaps maybe not in this season, but maybe season 3.
We could just have Poppy give us the song every few episodes or so. I think that would be lovely.
I would miss Poppy's singing definitely if she never returned. Well, boys, how about you? And let's also get a poll in the chat. Do you think we're going to see Poppy and the rest of the Harfoots in a future season? And I want to hear your opinion on that. And also, would you like to see them? Because the Harfoots are not everybody's in terms of the plot line. Are you happy to see them go if they're going to go? Do you want them out, or did you enjoy that plot line? Would you like to see more of it?
No, I mean, as much as I've enjoyed a lot of the heartfelt scenes with the Harfoots, every time we got scenes with them, it kind of took away from the more canonical, well, arguably canonical storylines that are going on, like with all the scenes in Numenor and anything that we're getting to see in Eregion or the dwarves, or any of those like big fascinating sets. I hated getting pulled away to watch the Harfoots for 5 or 10 minutes talking about wandering away. As for next season, I don't know if they will show Poppy and the caravan group they definitely won't show them in every episode. I hope not, because I hope they don't make 2 Harfoot storylines, because that will be really frustrating. I think that maybe they could have her show up once in one scene near the end of season 2, or maybe they might just do a thing like that they did with Game of Thrones, where they cut Bran's storyline altogether for a whole season, and then they reintroduce him again the following season. So maybe Nori will rejoin the caravan, and that's how we'll get to see Poppy again. But I don't think so. I think Poppy's the only main character in that group, and I think Amazon won't mind sacrificing that one character for at least a season.
Yeah. But we will miss her singing, if that's one thing, because I definitely think we can all agree that I didn't expect to get like so attached emotionally, I think, to the Harfoots, and I think even coming up to the last episode, I didn't think I was at all attached to them. And then suddenly when we get that goodbye scene towards the end of this episode, I really felt a bit of an emotional, tug on the heartstrings, that kind of a thing. And I also felt that as well during the traveling song, or the wandering song. And so those were 2 of the big heartfelt moments of the season for me, that I think, and I was surprised myself that I felt that from the Harfoot storylines. The other heartfelt moments, of course, being Durin and Elrond's little love story between the 2 of them, which was really, really great as well. But I also agree. I think it's very probable that we won't come back to the caravan at all in season 2. We will just follow Nori's storyline with the stranger, with Gandalf, and then we'll maybe come back to them when they finally get reunited in a possible further season, like 3 or 4.
One thing that would be lost if we didn't get to see any more of Poppy and the main caravan is, one thing, the Harfoots did ground the story. They're the most grounded characters. Every other major character, they're, Galadriel, one of the eldest and fairest of the Noldor, King Gil-galad, Elrond, Celebrimbor. These are elf lords. We get Prince Durin, King Durin, Princess Disa. We're talking everybody's royalty.
Mhm.
The stranger is an Astari. So everybody is really at the upper tier of Middle Earth. And the Harfoots are the only ones that are kind of representing the common perspective, the average Joe, which is a really important aspect of the Lord of the Rings, not so much the Silmarillion. But they brought that grounding. They had a grounding effect on the story. And if they completely do away with that, I wonder if they will try to replace them with someone else, just who's kind of part of a more grounded part of the world, or if they'll just lean into, all right, we're talking about the royalty here, the really power players, and that's where the story's going to focus. Lakitia, what do you think?
I actually, to go back to the previous question, I don't think they'll be missing entirely from season 2. While I do agree that they're not necessarily main characters, there were still 3 of them were parts of the hands poster thing, so I do think they're considered quite important, and especially Poppy. I mean, she was given a lot of screen time, and I expected her to be going off with Nori. Given that didn't happen, I think the reason for that is that they have some sort of a storyline planned for her within the community. So yeah, I think we'll be seeing them probably a lot less than we did this season, and I hope it's gonna be a little less because now we're having the Harfoot storyline split in two. So if they each had very, very important plot lines, that would be like half all the runtime, which I don't think would make many people happy. But yeah, as to your second question, I don't see them being replaced by an entirely new set of characters that are there to represent the common people's perspective. I don't see that happening. I think the world will get larger, but I think it will mostly be filled with new companions for existing characters and not necessarily give us entire new storylines, entire new perspectives, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. Well, is there anything that anyone wants to say about the strangers, the stranger or the mystics or the Harfoots before we move on to our other main storyline, which is Halbrand, Sauron, and Celebrimbor?
I'll quote our friend Hen. Please don't be
Hi,
Gandalf. and just to be clear, I will not mind it because whoever this character ends up being, Daniel Wayman, he absolutely ate and annihilated this role. Like he was absolutely amazing. So whatever happens, I don't like. I think I'm going to be happy whether whichever one of these Stark he is. I'll be up for it. But I hope it's just going to be more interesting for everyone if it's one of the Blue Wizards. So that's all.
To my surprise, I totally agree with you. In terms of being like, I was not down for the stranger being Gandalf. I didn't want that. I mean, I still kind of don't want that. But Daniel Wayman is just so good and so compelling. Even though he's had basically no dialogue, he's really just crushed this role. And I continue to feel that after the end of this episode, where he did get a little more dialogue and we hear him talk, and just his voice and the way he delivered lines. It was short. It was just a nugget, but so good. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of him, whoever he is.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I think this was one of the strongest suits of this show in general, were the relationships, the friendships. And I think Nori's friendship with the stranger was absolutely amazing. Also her relationship with Poppy as well. But yeah, I hope I'm kind of looking forward to their, road movie story going on. So yeah.
Okay, kind of a fun question. I shouldn't be wasting time on this, but what on earth is Nori going to do for the stranger? The stranger now knows he's got in control of his powers. He kind of knows who he is, not like fully, but like enough. What can Nori do for him that he can't do for himself, other than die because she's going to be in danger? Like he's bringing her along to be in danger.
I mean, the one thing hobbits can do is they can sneak around, So I can see them. They'll probably play off a bit also as, I guess, them being like father and daughter probably as well. But yeah, I agree. Like when there's like action happening, it's going to be very interesting how they will handle this, because obviously she's going to be in a lot of danger because she's not a warrior. So all she can do is sneak around. So that's why I think it's not going to be that action heavy, that storyline, until like whatever the culmination is going to be at the end of the season.
She'll be the baby Yoda to his Mando. And also she can help him gather like berries and stuff because she's really tiny. So that's
well, he may still need her help for just basic day-to-day skills in terms of like cooking and gathering food, you know, because he is still pretty fresh from Valinor. Maybe he just doesn't know some of the basics, and he's still walking around in that disgusting robe like that she gave him in the first episode.
But also,
guys.
you know, she's thank you. She's a traveler. She knows how that goes. I mean, she's used to traveling with a whole band of people, but you know, she knows the road. She knows where to find food. She knows how to find the trails, presumably. So, I think she's quite an experienced traveling companion.
The ghost of Baba Novak says it will be a love story. I hope not.
No, man, no. Why would you say that?
Strider, go ahead.
So yeah, I think it's a great point. She's an experienced traveler and she's an experienced mortal, so she will definitely help out in those non-combat ways for sure. But I have a question, and I would love to hear everybody's thoughts on this. He's a wizard. A wizard needs a staff. How does he get his staff?
He turns Nori into a staff? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. No, please no. No, I'm just like, what's gonna, does anybody have any idea how does a wizard get a staff?
No, that's a good question. I don't have any ideas, but I suspect that will be something that will happen over the course of season 2 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about our two guests? Do you guys have any, could you, brainstorm something on the spot?
About how wizard gets his staff? Is that the question?
Yeah, exactly. Like he's gonna have to get the staff.
I mean, I think Gandalf made his own staff at one point in the Lord of the Rings. Did he not? Because obviously we know that we see a couple of times in the movies at least that he gets his staff. He loses his staff in Moria. Then I know that in the movies, he gets his staff taken off him at Isengard when he gets captured. But in the books, there's no mention of whether or not he actually has his staff removed from him or not. It just says something very simple like he was taken to the pinnacle of Orthanc, but we don't actually get to know whether or not he kept his staff or not. I'm pretty sure I have some memories of him making his own staff after he lost it in Moria, if I'm not mistaken there. So maybe wizards have this ability to make their own staffs. I'm not sure if they need to get them gifted to them by
factory made.
Yeah, go to Amazon and get it Amazon Prime delivered.
Product placement right there.
Exactly.
There you go.
Sent to you by a meteor.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see a bunch of scenes, long series of scenes of the stranger just whittling a piece of wood slowly. Okay. Well, are we ready to move on to the main event? What this episode was really about, and I know we're going to have some feelings. I can already see Lakitia gearing up.
I'm just stretching.
But okay, in this episode, the really truly big reveal was that Halbrand is Sauron. We get our Halbranitar scenes, which we're gonna make that a thing. Halbranitar. That's what I'm calling him. But I think we all kind of saw this coming. I'm sure it was a twist for some people, but not for us because we've been debating it literally in every single stream that we've done after every single episode. So there was still a chance in my mind up until episode 7 that he wasn't Sauron. But after episode 7 and they were on their way to Eregion, I think I kind of knew, all right, it's going to be Sauron. So what I want to get your reactions to, and not necessarily the fact that he is Sauron, which we've debated endlessly already, but how did you like the way they revealed it? Accepting the fact that he is Sauron, kind of we're living in that world now. How do you like the way that they revealed it in this season finale? Melonhead boys, let's go to you.
Yeah, well, to be honest, for most of the season, I was kind of hoping that Halbrand wouldn't turn out to be Sauron at all. But the way that they actually did the whole unveiling of him, and the fact that there isn't an Anatar character, or he didn't call himself Anatar when he was in Eregion, just when we realized that, okay, Halbrand is Sauron this whole time, I just kind of had to go with it and roll with it. But I just thought the actual reveal itself was really well done. The way that he almost incepted himself into Galadriel's mind, and it was very reminiscent of that scene where Frodo falls down in the Peter Jackson films, and he lands in like a bed of, or a field of flowers and stuff. That was very similar to how Galadriel fell down, and she kind of felt like she was trapped within her own mind. She was talking to her brother, but that was just really Sauron speaking to her in her own mind, and it was really well done. And the whole raft scene as well, the way the camera changed and showed the two of them in the water, the reflection. And I think that calls back to episode 1 as well, when they talk about the water and, you know, how do you know the difference between the light and the dark, and touching the dark. And I don't know, there was lots of really cool themes. And yeah, I thought the Halbrand as well, he just never seemed like a Sauron. He never seemed scary, but this scene made me terrified of him when he's screaming at Galadriel. And what does he scream? Look at me. And then his eyes change to the little slit cat eyes. Yeah, I thought it was really well done. And I think myself and Johnny might have looked at each other at the end of the episode, and we were like, right, a lot of things didn't go to plan in our mind, but the way it was all done, I was happy with it, including the Gandalf thing as well. If the stranger does end up being Gandalf, that was one thing I said I absolutely don't want. But when he did say at the end, always follow your nose, I was like, go on, Gandalf, you tell me. So yeah, all in all, I really enjoyed the way they finally, I thought it was going to be very hard to do, because Halbrand, he was showing tiny little bits of Sauron, but like not enough. And this episode, you really get to see how evil he is at heart. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I think I would have been really shocked if Halbrand turned out not to be Sauron. I was quite convinced from the moment he set foot in Numenor, and I think that when it came to this final episode, if they had turned around and it wasn't him, I think it would have been so strange that they had invested so much time in this season to make us think that he was Sauron. So I think it wouldn't have made any sense to me for it to be anybody else but Halbrand. And this scene that you've just frozen on here, I really love that shot, because it also, that's not Galadriel's actual posture when you see her in real life. That's a different posture that he's showing her. Look at you, you'll shoulders back, hair blowing in the wind. You'll be this kind of godly queen of men. So I really liked Halbrand's, I liked the reveal. I liked the way it was done. Not sure how I feel again about the decision of having Galadriel find out so soon, but I definitely enjoyed the way that I like this sort of three-dimensional Sauron as well, that we see that we're not sure if he is actually maybe having a moment of repentance, and he really thinks that, you know, that Galadriel is the one that gave him the push he needed to continue on with his plan of controlling and, in his mind, maybe saving Middle-earth, because I think that was a really good idea to give us this type of Sauron, who he doesn't, from his perspective, he's not evil. He is trying to put order in Middle-earth. He's trying to save the people, and the only way he can see to save people is by ruling them, because he's the only one who can, in his opinion. And I think I really like that idea and that sort of style of Sauron. And I think that's the way it is in the books. So I'm glad that they went with that instead of just, he's just evil and that's it, and there's nothing else. I enjoyed that part. And again, I just thought, visuals in this episode, I think it was the best of the season so far, with the way they did subtle little things with his eyes, especially in this scene here where we see him shouting. We do get that one scene where his we get that close up of his face, and his teeth are a bit more pointed, and they've just edited his face a little bit to give him those scary features. I think just right after this, we get a frozen image of his teeth being all pointy, which is really cool. And then also towards the end when he arrives in Mordor, and we get his eye, the change from the rings into his eye. And then we see the little slit in his eye there as well, and we see Mordor in the background. I think there's been a lot of emphasis on his eyes in this episode, which is really, really cool. Yeah, there we go. That's awesome.
I definitely agree with you. You know, the decisions that they made, in terms of the direction they wanted to go with Halbrand, it was very well executed. You know, and we can debate whether or not you wanted Halbrand to be Sauron or other nuances of it, whether or not you agreed with that. It was very well executed, I think. Yeah, really compelling scenes between these characters. Lakitia, what did you think about the way they revealed Halbrand?
No, I'm I'm so sorry to have to be such a sourpuss after everybody's been very positive, and I'm really happy that you Sauron. Wow, this can go really, really wrong really quickly. But yeah, I'm really happy that everybody else got to enjoy it. I thought it was, like I said before, I thought it was super rushed. I would have much preferred it, like you guys also said, if we, as the audience, learned he was Sauron by the end of this season, and then have Galadriel learn it, I don't know, a couple of episodes into the next season. That would have been, in my opinion, much nicer. I thought the whole shift from them being best friends to him starting to act very, very dodgy as soon as they got to Eregion and started sneaking around a little bit, and when he has that statement, thanks for all that you did for me, yada yada, I'm never gonna let anybody forget that. I mean, he gives off this really sort of sinister look, and he makes it very clear that there's more to that than he's letting on. And I just thought it could have been done much more subtly. The whole little sequence montage we got with Finrod and everything, I felt the emotion there, and I really appreciated that. And I thought that Will Fletcher did a really nice job portraying this more ambiguous sort of Finrod, and I absolutely felt Galadriel's pain. She's been trying to avenge her brother for centuries upon centuries, and now she's looking at him, she's seen his face. I mean, obviously everybody would be completely overwhelmed, but even so, when this scene ends and then he shouts at her, it's just like this typical mustache twirling villain who's just, he's been decent so far, and now he's just getting batshit crazy, pardon my French. It left me a little bit underwhelmed. And then on the raft, it was again with all the close-ups, the wide-angle close-ups, not my favorite thing in the world. And I know these are Wayne Yip's directorial preferences and choices, and another one of his choices seemed to be slow motion, which he used a lot this episode again with, I don't know, Poppy running into Nori's arms and everything. But for me, all these things felt very, very, I don't know, Marvel superhero-y. And I would wish this sort of scene would be much more emotionally loaded. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, thanks for bringing us down, Lakitia.
I'll be here all evening.
No,
I will fix.
Okay, because it's okay. We're going to get responses to this, of course. So Strider, where are you at?
Yeah. So again, I'll go back to the thing I've been saying from the start of the season. There was the whole season suffers. The whole story suffers from the syndrome of season 8 of Game of Thrones, because in that season, while some things were absolutely awful, I think that parts, and it's important parts of the main beats that happened in the season 8 of Game of Thrones, I don't think they were necessarily bad. I think they needed like 3 seasons worth of time to get there. And I think that to a less degree, that's the problem of this first season. We don't have enough time with everything that's happening. And I do agree that everything that happened in this last episode, it did happen too fast. The making of the rings, the switch from, as Lakita said, from BFFs to, okay, I guess I'm gonna kill you now. It did happen very fast. I absolutely agree with that. and I hope we will have more screen time in each season from now on, or at least hopefully from season 3 onwards, because season 2 started filming. But all that said, for me, I really enjoyed that scene. As I said, like at the start of our panel, this was the first episode I just enjoyed myself without consciously being annoyed by something. Like that was just everything felt, yeah, okay, that's fun, I love this, it's either okay or really cool. And I really enjoyed the reveal. I think Charlie Vickers absolutely nailed it. He was very charismatic throughout the season. They had really good chemistry, and I think it was pretty good. And the most important thing we speculated like months before the show went out was to nail Sauron, because he had to be, like, he's the main villain of the show, and you need the main villain to be the best thing about the show, basically. And this Sauron had to be manipulative, charismatic, dangerous. I think whatever the story is, Charlie Vickers brought all that to the screen in this scene. Like whether it's executed well or not, or story wise, but still I think he absolutely nailed it. And perhaps my greatest worry about this show was this down to earth Sauron, like the person that we will see interact in non-violent way with other people, and he did that. So for me, the reveal was really cool. Even though I definitely see the overall story problems, I absolutely loved the scene. It was really, really great. For me, I absolutely enjoyed it. And that shot in the water and everything, it was really cool. So yeah, I loved it.
Well, one choice that they made was to significantly compress the Anatar phase of Sauron. What was in the books, months or years of Sauron ingratiating himself into the political structures of Eregion and getting on Celebrimbor's good side, basically becoming one of the most important people among the Gwaithir Myrdain, so much so that in some versions they expel Galadriel, right? They compress that into about 15 minutes of screen time. And this is all part and parcel with their decision to kind of compress the concept of fading, give it a deadline. The elves are going to die. We have to create these rings really fast. That was all kind of built in. I was expecting at the end of this season for them to reveal that Halbrand was Sauron to the audience, but that in season 2, we would get a multi-episode arc of Halbrand as Sauron in Eregion, working with Celebrimbor, slowly but surely ingratiating himself and building up power. They'd be working on the lesser rings, and then they'd move on to the other rings that become, the 9 rings for men, 7 rings for dwarves, culminating in the Celebrimbor's crafting of the 3 rings. They jump over all the other rings, the 9, the 7, the lesser rings. They go straight to the 3, and that's after Halbrand hoofs it back to Mordor, right? So my question for you is, the panel, will we get more of Halbrand as Anatar? And the reason I think that's a possibility is because A, we haven't seen the crafting of the 9 or the 7, right? Those have to be made. In the books, they're made by Celebrimbor in cooperation with Anatar. He's a part of that process. That's why they are so corrupt. That's also what distinguishes the 3 elven rings from those other rings, is that Halbrand or Sauron never touched them. And a reason I think that also might be possible within the story they're telling, Galadriel has not divulged to anybody in the story that Halbrand is Sauron. That is still a secret, right? Elrond may have figured it out, but we don't know. And in any case, only Elrond has really promised not to treat with him. Celebrimbor kind of promises, but you can see on his face that he's not happy about it. So I could see a future plot line where Galadriel and Elrond goes back to Lindon. Galadriel goes off to do whatever she's doing, maybe hanging out with Celeborn somewhere. And then Halbranditar comes on back, sweeps in, and charms the pants off of Celebrimbor, and they continue their work together, and nobody knows about it for a good long while. So I'm curious if we'll see more of the Anatar phase, or if what we got in episode 8, if that's it. Lakitia, what do you think?
Well, first of all, yes, I think that is extremely likely. That was my first initial reaction once I saw this episode. I was absolutely heartbroken because Anatar in Eregion is the part that I was most excited to see. But then, like you said, Galadriel says you're not to admit him if he ever comes back, something like that. And Celebrimbor looks very, very constipated when she says that. And then that made me think that, okay, yeah, there's something could be there. But then also, I think it was Patrick McKay who said, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, we have it on screen right now, that that the prospect of having Anatar is really exciting to them. And I think it was another interview where he did imply that we would be seeing Anatar as such in season 2. So I think it's very, very likely that he will come back at some point. They did show him and Celebrimbor establish this sort of a friendship. So I'm thinking if he comes back at a moment where Celebrimbor is perhaps doubting himself, he's not doing very well with his ringcraft, and then, in comes Anatar offering all his shiny knowledge and everything, I could see Celebrimbor being swayed by him very easily. And like you guys pointed out, he does not know that he's Sauron. So he just says, okay, maybe, I don't know, him and Galadriel had a falling out, so she's just being very, very sour about the whole situation. But I could absolutely see him accepting him back into Eregion, yes.
Johnny, what do you think?
I think, yeah, definitely a big possibility that we're going to see it. It's very strange that they jumped straight to the 3 Elven rings and they skipped over the other 16. But of course, I believe that the show is called The Rings of Power. It's not possible that they're not going to show the crafting of the other 16 rings. In my opinion, that would be kind of crazy. So they have to be done at some point. Now, of course, we all want to see, like Lakita said, we'd love to see Anatar in Eregion. I wouldn't be too bothered if we end up getting more of Halbrand in Eregion and he never actually takes on the name Anatar. I don't mind that idea. Of course, it would be cool just to get that like name drop of Anatar. But if I never get that, I can understand that. I think it will be fine. I think the fact that Galadriel has kept that secret is something that can allow Halbrand to not bother shapeshifting, becoming Anatar, and just remain Halbrand and go back to Eregion, like you've just said a moment ago. The fact that Elrond will be off in Lindon and the others, and we could already see how Halbrand was so easily able to kind of manipulate Celebrimbor, just say a couple of things, the mighty Celebrimbor, wow, you're amazing, and immediately the smile from ear to ear on Celebrimbor's face when he was thinking, yeah, I am kind of good, haven't I? I'm not bad at all. So he was very easily manipulated, I thought, in that way, and I thought that Halbrand did that really, really well as well. I have to say that when the show started out, I didn't really enjoy Charlie Vickers' performances in the first maybe just in the first episode that we get introduced to him in episode 2. But since then, I've really been more impressed with the way he's able to seem so convincing. He talks about himself in a lower position. He's always saying, a person like me in this city among the elves, it's so amazing. And he's always kind of saying, I'm down here, everybody else is up there. And it's just these small little manipulation tactics that he's using that are really, really impressive. And I've really loved his performance. I wanted to go back as well and just make a quick mention about how I think obviously we know that there's this time compression. We know that there's so many things that they've had to change, and that's the choice that they went for. So they're going to stick with it now. But I think they're trying to give us, as the people who know the lore, little sort of little clues and little pointers to say, look, don't worry, we know the lore, we know what's happening here. And I saw that mentioned for me, I felt that when we saw that Celebrimbor was speaking to Elrond, and he said, we're doing something in 3 weeks, which we could do in 3 centuries, which was 300 years was how long it took them to prepare for creating these rings. So I think that little mention of 300 years exactly is quite an important thing. I think that for me, as someone who really appreciates the chronology of things, I felt, okay, I don't agree with what they've done, but at least they're saying to me, don't worry, we understand you. Sort of, that's what I felt from it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see how they do it. And I think, well, I don't know. I'm going to just say I trust that they have some sort of plan in place of how they're going to do this. But of course, I was kind of taken aback with the swiftness of how they suddenly had created the 3 rings and everything. That was definitely the thing that really threw me off kilter in this episode. But yeah, I think it's quite good.
And Dave, I want to hear your thoughts as well, but we also got a great question in the chat that's kind of related that you can address from Gilmanor Estelle. What would be the motivation for Celebrimbor to create the 16 rings? He already seems to have accomplished the goal of saving the elves, and that's a good point. Within the context of the show, the purpose of creating the 3 rings is to save the elves from fading, and presumably they have now accomplished that, although I guess they haven't put it to the test. But if they have saved themselves, why continue to make more and more rings, also rings of lesser power? So how would that work if Hal Branitar does exist, if he comes back and starts working with Celebrimbor? Is that possible? And also, why would they keep making rings when they've already done what they set out to do?
Well, I think we could see Celebrimbor in this episode, how not only naive he is, but how obsessed he is with his little hobby of making shiny things. And I think he's gonna be depressed in season 2 that he's got nothing left to do. And we saw how excited he was about building the forge and doing all this, that, and the other. And maybe the showrunners will have some other plot device for season 2 where, oh no, suddenly we need more rings. I'm not really sure exactly how they'll get around it, but I'm sure they're going to make up some, I want to say, the BS reason for creating the other rings. But as far as Charlie Vickers coming back next season to be Anatar or Halbrand, I think we're probably going to see a secret friendship between Celebrimbor and Halbrand. But I do think it would be very bold of Halbrand to assume that Galadriel hasn't told anyone about him being Sauron, because why did he gallop straight out of Eregion to Mordor? It does seem like he is going there to set up shop and begin forging his one ring. So we could see in this episode and episodes previously that the showrunners are massively changing the lore in some parts, and I'm kind of terrified that they might do something as bold as to not have the other rings.
What about if they had just Sauron going back to Mordor and have him create all the rings as well? I thought that could be another idea that these showrunners might go with, because if you've just seen the movies a couple of times, you haven't read the lore. At the beginning of the first movie, Galadriel in the prologue says that Sauron gave to them. She just says that Sauron was the one that gave these rings. She doesn't mention anything about it being Celebrimbor who created the rings. So the casual viewer will think they were all the rings were made by Sauron, and then he made his one master ring, which was the biggest and the most powerful one. So I think as a casual viewer, you would accept, oh well, I'm sure Sauron just made all the rings himself. So that's another angle that they could go down. But I think that would be disappointing for us not to see Celebrimbor in his workshop again.
The rings are so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
think
one
it
thing
would
that they executed really well. The look of the forging, actual forging sequences, and the beauty of the rings, just chef's kiss on that. Like Kitty, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, yeah, I consider that as well. Maybe he's just gonna make all the other rings by himself, but I think that would be a little bit lackluster, because just have him be there in Mount Doom talking to himself, making the rings. I don't think that's particularly compelling TV. So especially given all that we've said before, and with the showrunners hinting at what they did, I do think he will be coming back to Eregion to make the rest of them. I don't know why. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll want some mithril. He'll think that maybe they have some left. I don't know, whatever. But I think they'll find a reason to have him go back. At least maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part, because I want more Anatar in Eregion, and I will not take no for an answer. But yeah, that's what I choose to believe right now.
I do think that they're not going to have Halbrand shapeshift into another character, because I think that they're going to have Charlie Vickers signed on for 5 seasons, unfortunately. I would have loved to have seen some shapeshifting abilities, but I really don't think that's going to happen. Definitely not. Like, Halbrand's going to be there in season 2, no shadow of a doubt. So,
and Nick Corbin says in the chat, I just saw something where Charlie Vickers says he's coming back.
Yeah, he's filming already, I think he said in interviews. And I just want to say, because I know that you guys already mentioned that before, but I love Charlie Vickers from the moment he appeared on screen, and I didn't even realize it until now. But going back through all the episodes he appears in, I think he gave a really compelling performance throughout. He was very charming. He was very roguish at the same time. You could see him being a bit dodgy, but you could also see why Galadriel would trust him. So I think he embodied all those nuances very well. And yeah, all in all, I'm very happy with the performance,
Agreed.
I must say.
Strider, what do you
He's-
think about the potential for a future continued Anatar plotline?
Yeah. So just one. It's connected to that, but just one mention. Ryan Kwan at some point in the chat said that, and it's a very good point that people tend to forget, that it's not explicitly said that Anatar looked like an elf, so he was supposed to be an emissary of the Valar or some sort of like that type of creature, person, whatever. But it's interesting because even the Istar or the Istari, they are men. Like, they're always not men, but they're given the bodies of men. They don't look like elves. So Sauron looking like one of the race of men is definitely not canon breaking in any way. So yeah, basically what you said as the setup for this question was 10 out of 10 what I was thinking. I like 100% think the same thing. So Galadriel, I think her focus will be Celeborn in this next season. I think that's why they teased him, and I think he will show up next season. Perhaps they will go to Lothlorien. That's one option. Perhaps he was there doing whatever. Who knows? But I think she will not be in Eregion, or at least not as much. And it's interesting to speculate what Elrond will be about. But those are the two characters that I think are the only two who actually think, know or suspect that Halbrand is Sauron. So by removing them from Eregion, and you guys already mentioned Celebrimbor and how eager he might be to work with Halbrand again. I'm convinced that we are getting Halbrand back in Eregion in the next season. I am sure they will work on the rings. They did Twist, like they did the 3 element rings before the rest of the rings. But one thing that's really cool about Tolkien's works, and we often forget it. Like I just because of Reddit sometimes reminds me of this. The books that we read are supposed to be the translations that Tolkien did of the books that the hobbits wrote down. And translating a historical overview of hundreds of years of events from thousands of years ago, there's a lot of room for tiny changes in like the succession. Not the succession was the word, like the sequence of events that can come to the same point, even though those tiny steps may happen like this instead of like this, and so on. So it's not a huge problem for me that they made first the Elven Rings, as long as he didn't actively participate in making them. That's all good, and he didn't. So I think he will come back in to Eregion in the next season. We will see more of them. Right after the finale drop, there was an interview with Charlie Vickers where he is talking about those things. Like Kyle already had some of the quotes there. So I'm totally on board. I think he will be there in season 2, and I cannot wait to see more of him. And I think we will see Anatar, maybe not named, but we will see Anatar practically, even though he may be called Halbrand. We will see him in second season, and perhaps he will be called Anatar when he starts going around giving the rings to men and dwarves.
It may be that we never hear the actual words Anatar, but if we do, I would suspect that is a name that is given to him by others. We did see a nod to it. Anatar means Lord of Gifts, and he did say in that first exchange with Celebrimbor, consider it a gift. So that to me was like, all right, that's what we're going to get of Anatar. And if he continues, giving gifts, someone may say thank you, Anatar, kind of like as a title, not really a name. But I do want to pivot.
Sorry, I could see Celebrimbor even naming him at some point like that.
Yeah. Yeah. because Celebrimbor just loves the crap out of Halbrand. You can just tell.
I mean, who doesn't? He's a charming, handsome fella, you know.
We did get, I mean, this was sexy Sauron for a few minutes on screen. I mean, Halbrand was just strutting around, full of confidence, all kinds of swagger. I think we got some sexy Sauron here on screen.
Yes.
But I do want to talk about Galadriel in a second, but I have one more question about Halbrand and Sauron that's just been bugging me, and I really want someone on the panel to help me. Typically, when there's a big reveal like this, when the identity of a major character is revealed, you get some information that kind of reframes the scenes you've seen before to explain why X, Y, and Z action from the prior episodes is consistent with them now being the evil villain, right? And this is what I always struggled with Halbrand supposedly potentially being Sauron the whole time, is a lot of his scenes, his behavior did seem inconsistent with him being Sauron. And they didn't do that. They didn't explain why he was on the raft. They didn't explain why he wanted to go to Numenor. They didn't make clear, was it all part of like 3-dimensional chess and this was all a master plan? And if so, how did that plan work exactly? Or was he truly seeking redemption? And if so, why was he on that raft? There's still a lot of question marks for me. Even after the reveal, I don't fully understand what Halbrand / Sauron was doing this whole season. And maybe I missed some stuff. Maybe it's all there, but I want someone to explain it to me on this panel so I can kind of get behind what they did with, more fully behind what they did with Halbrand in this series. So I'm gonna not pick Lakitia because I know she's not gonna have anything good to say about this decision to start, right? Because you didn't like this choice. But let's start with Strider.
Yeah. So I think one really important thing about the show, again, I just realized it like 2 days ago or something because somebody on Reddit said it. I was like, yeah, okay, actually that makes a lot of sense. The showrunners got the green light for 5 seasons, and that's a very interesting position to start off a series this huge. I'm not going to go into the fact that I don't agree with just having 5 seasons. I think they need way more, but still, the thing is that they got the promise of, okay, we will give you 5 seasons to tell a story that you want to tell. And
sorry, I didn't understand.
That's basically what I was saying in my question. Sorry.
Don't say her name.
Oh, sorry.
So anyway, they have the luxury of waiting with the payoff for the things way longer than a showrunner for like a regular show. So I think that's the key behind the story, even though I think it will always be convoluted because of the fact that they meet randomly in the middle of the sea and all that. But I think the fact that he was on the raft and on a ship and then on a raft, I think it will make sense. And as Ryan Kwans again said in the comment, Charlie Vickers did say in that interview that dropped right after the finale that a lot of things will be explained in season 2. So I don't think we actually have an actual explanation at this point, but I think we will get it. And I just want to say one more time. So I think it's very important to bear in mind that the showrunners have a very interesting and unusual position compared to like almost every other show ever, that they know that they will have 5 years to tell stories, which gives them the chance to give us payoff 2 seasons in the future. Whether that's good for like this type of medium remains to be seen, because again, it's unusual, but I think it's something to bear in mind, and hopefully that we will get like a nice reasonable explanation.
Well, some of the information you just gave me, the interview with the showrunners and with Charlie Vickers, it does sound like they are embracing the idea that, okay, he really was truly repentant or exploring repentance, a version of repentance. And it's only at the end that he kind of starts to re-embrace his, evil nature. And that it wasn't part of some master plan to acquire the power he needed to heal Middle-earth, right? Lakitia, do you agree? Is that what was going on in this season?
I don't know. I find it really interesting that they're saying flat out that this is supposed to be his period of repentance. I mean, we know from the lore that, it's at the beginning of the Second Age and after the fall of Morgoth and everything, Sauron was trying to establish order and, try and do good. And I am a little bit disappointed that they're just flat out cutting all the potential gray areas and explanations that we can come up with on our own by stating flat out that this was, him at his actual repentant. But yeah, I don't know, as far as his whole the purpose of his plot line in season 1 goes, I'm kind of afraid that the main purpose of him being in Numenor, etc., was just to get him, on Galadriel's path. I really doubt that we'll ever get explanations for why he was on that raft, what was going on before Galadriel came upon them. But if there is any sort of possible explanation there to be found, is that I think he would have been curious about Numenor. He wanted to see their civilization. He wanted to learn from them. As we see, right, as he gets to Numenor, he has his eye set on the forge and he wants to learn their craft, etc. So I don't know. I think that's the way they wanted to go with him. But mostly, I think the purpose was, yes, to show his relationship with Galadriel and then to have us wonder what she gonna choose, even though we didn't have to wonder for very long. But yeah.
So, Dave, if this is a truly repentant Sauron arc, and I actually really like that. I much prefer it that they're exploring this phase, of early Second Age Sauron, and that his motives are ostensibly somewhat good. He wants to heal the wounds of Middle Earth, but his nature is to dominate and to do things through domination. So over time, that positive goal is corrupted, and he becomes the Sauron we know in the Third Age. I really like exploring that. If that's what was going on here, do you think there was a moment we can pinpoint in the series when he kind of flips, when he switches to the kind of I think it's relatively clear at the end he's bad boy Sauron now, right? I mean, he's like very happily going back to Mount Doom. He's going to bathe in fire. He's all about that, wearing black. He's got the dark image going on. At what point did that switch get flipped in Halbrand / Sauron?
Well, I think just his whole relationship with Galadriel made, like, it's not a random relationship. We see at the end that he actually finds that together they could rule this Middle Earth, and I think just the fact that they got on so well together, and we see in that, is it episode 6 when they have the big fight and they share a moment in the forest, and a lot of people were freaked out thinking that this was kind of a love connection, but this was more of this is fate, and we were meant to find each other, and we are better than everyone else, and maybe we can start to dominate Middle Earth. Well, that's what was going through Sauron's head anyways. I don't think that was going through Galadriel's head. I don't know what Galadriel was thinking. But at the point, I'm not really sure where he suddenly flipped. I think it's around that episode, and obviously Mount Doom erupting, was that like something that changed within his heart? Also, whatever his past is with Adar, I think that's very interesting as well, and we're going to see what that is all about in season 2, because he seemed really hateful of Adar, and he didn't really show that too many signs of pure hatred and malice before. So maybe it's the fact that he's I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of how he's in his repentance phase. I wanted him to be a master manipulator, chessboard player, moving all the pieces, and it just kind of seems like everything was a bit random. So I wasn't a big fan of that, but hopefully in season 2 they go back and show why he's on the raft, why he made that decision in Numenor to suddenly leave Numenor. That was another thing that switched in his head when he really wanted to stay, and then Galadriel was like, "No, come on, let's go to Middle Earth." And we've talked about it before in our podcast, myself and Johnny. That scene where he has his little bag sigil purse thing, and he throws it down, and then he goes and picks it up again. But this wasn't in front of any other character, so we were saying, why would he do this? He's not trying to manipulate anyone other than the audience. So
yeah,
that was kind of confusing for us. But I suppose if he really was confused and he decided, actually, no, I will go back and, well, he obviously had a plan, because he had a plan to rule Mordor, because he did get this little sigil thing from a dead person thousands of years ago. So there was some plan, and
I think he doubted himself then.
He doubted himself, and then he threw it down, and then Galadriel convinced him to.
For me, that was the moment. I remember definitely seeing that scene where he, because at that moment I was saying that's Sauron 100%. And when I saw him like leaving down his sigil, and the camera zooms in on it, and then he runs back and grabs it, as Dave was saying, it's only for the benefit of the viewers. There was no manipulating Galadriel in that scene. So I think he really was actually having, he was like second guessing himself, and he was doubting his own, well, not his own ambition, but his own maybe ability to pull off this master plan. And for me, in my opinion, he definitely, I don't think we're seeing a masterful, like you said, chess master Sauron here. I think we're seeing opportunist Sauron, who's basically just floating around on a raft, and he's just, like, we can see he's clearly highly intelligent. He really knows how to manipulate people. He knows how to get what he wants. But I think he's just faster and quicker than everybody else around him. So he sees the scenario and he's able to work out how to get what he wants out of that scenario before everyone else does. And I think, again, we see that in the final episode, where he didn't seem to have this big master plan to make rings. It was just, first of all, it was like, oh, we're going to make something circular. It's going to be a crown. And suddenly it's a ring. And now suddenly, oh, look at that, it's two rings. Because now at that moment, he probably thinks, I can have one ring and I can give one to Galadriel and we can rule together, and that'll be two rings. So I think he's just kind of, making his plan on the fly, and he's kind of just winging it. But he's, good at that. So, I mean, it's working out pretty well for him so far. But also, when he's on the raft with Galadriel, we see him saving Galadriel initially. And again, that's another thing that might throw you off the whole evil Sauron trail. And again, was it because he was, in his moment of redemption at that time, or was it because he saw power in Galadriel, and he, it wasn't an accident that he ended up out there, and maybe he wanted to try and create this relationship with Galadriel, and he said that she would bind him to the light and he would bind her to the power. And I think that's something that that was his main objective, I think, the whole time, was to help her have some power, and she would give him the light, and that would keep him on track with this this big plan that he has of trying to maybe save Middle Earth. So I think I think I agree with Michael that I like this idea of seeing him in this phase. And I think we're going to see a lot of evil Sauron now as the show rolls on. So I think this is the last time we're going to see any sort of self-doubting Sauron. And now he's going to be full on. When he arrived in I nearly said Mustafar there. When he arrived in Mordor, we saw almost like kind of Anakin arriving at Mustafar kind of thing with I think he was kind of still sexy Sauron at that point there, where he had his hood up, and he was arriving there into Mordor, and he's like, oh, my house has been prepared here before me. So he was looking pretty good at that moment as well.
Darth Aragorn.
Darth Aragorn.
Yeah.
Well, Johnny, you said it, that we see in these later episodes that Sauron perhaps wanted Galadriel to bind him to the light. Even in this season finale, he is perhaps deceiving himself to some degree, and trying to hold on to this notion that he's going to heal Middle Earth, that that's his goal. But the point being that the arc of Galadriel and Sauron are fully intertwined here. And if Sauron indeed, over the course of this season, wanted to be good, but ends up kind of becoming bad again, or at least, the veil of goodness that he was trying to cling to falls away, and his inner baddie is finally revealed for sure. I find it interesting extent to which that is Galadriel's fault. And I kind of want to put that to the panel and also in the chat, basically, is this all Galadriel's fault?
100%.
Because if Sauron's floating around, he wants to go to Numenor, Galadriel's the one, it's her machinations that she wants him to become the king of the Southland. So she pushes him into that role, which he resisted. I just want to be left alone here in Numenor. She pushes him to, adopt the mantle of king of the Southlands, and she gets Muriel to throw the weight of the Numenorians behind him, right? So now he's got an army at his back. He's being crowned king of the Southlands. So he's thinking, now his opportunist mind is back in action. Now perhaps I can take over the Southlands again and be installed in some power. And now I'm buddies with Galadriel. And Galadriel is the one who brings him to Eregion. And even in this final moment, when he's saying, I want to heal Middle Earth, her rejection of him, let's say that for redemption here. He's not fully irredeemable, even at this end, because he's still saying, I want to heal Middle Earth. That's the point of all this. And I want you by my side to bind me to the light, because he recognizes that he needs that. Let's accept for the moment the possibility that there is a possibility of redemption. She fully rejects him, which I think closes the door on that. This is like Sam screwing up Gollum's potential moment of redemption. There's a glimpse, that window is open and she slams it shut because she's like, there's no redemption for you of all people. And he said, well, when I was Halbrand, you thought I could be redeemed. I told you I did bad things and you said it didn't matter. I can move on. And she's like, yeah, but I didn't mean it for you. So at every turn, it really feels like Galadriel is making the wrong choice and is kind of not fully responsible. Sauron's his own person. He's responsible for his own misdeeds, but Galadriel is intimately involved with every choice that ends up going the wrong way and pushing Sauron or helping him arrive at this finale where he is, okay, now I'm Sauron, I'm bad again. So I've kind of painted a picture. Feel free to argue with me, but I've made the case for Galadriel being the one to blame for everything bad that's happened.
That's some victim blaming right there.
So
Jesus, he tried to drown her. He threw her in the water.
She tried to stab him first.
Who's
the victim in that
She was
situation?
just having a bad day. Oh.
So Laetitia, come to the defense.
I think this is the big irony of it's supposed to be the big irony of this season. And it turns out that, like, I know that Hen has been mentioning this, or possibly other people too. But a lot of in a lot of the cases, the less sympathetic characters have been right throughout this season. Gil-galad, who isn't painted as a particularly sympathetic character, he's very haughty, etc., but he is right about many things. He was right about Galadriel bringing about the evil. He was right about the fate of the elves. Similarly, King Durin III, he's also right in his insistence not to pursue mithril mining, etc. And in the case of Galadriel, everything. Gil-galad has tried to avoid her bringing about the return of Sauron. That's why he sent her. And by sending her, he actually made sure that she did, in fact, get put on the path of Sauron himself. And in the end, yes, she achieves exactly what she was fighting against. She's bringing Sauron back to power. She's helping him gain some strength. So yeah, I don't think I answered your question even remotely, but that's all I've got right now.
Strider, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think they definitely had a really good yin and yang relationship here. So Sauron was kind of moving away from the dark. Kind of in his twisted way, he wasn't, but he was thinking that he was. And Galadriel had a lot of darkness in her, and she was moving deeper and deeper into that. And the Sauron brought her out of darkness towards the light, and she did the opposite. And I definitely like the irony, the Greek dramatic irony that Gil-galad sent her. And then by sending her, he made sure that she does what he prophesied she would do. Mm-hmm. I think he was in his twisted way kind of repentant at the start, and I think that the turning point for him was when they were like, you need to step up as the king of the Southlands. You need to, and then he does. And then we have that scene when he grabs, we talked about it before, when he grabs the pouch and with the symbol. I think that was the moment when he was like, okay, you know what? I think I should give this another go. There's this very powerful person believing in me. There's this crazy opportunity showing up, like as you guys said, like he is at this point, he is an opportunist. He's reacting because he dropped what he was doing before, and he's trying to figure out another path in his life at this point. And this sequence of events is like, you know what? Let's give this another shot. And he's doing like 180 and turning around and going back to Middle-earth and all that. And from this point onwards, because he's again back on this path of evil, or like, twisted good that he thinks is good, he will now, from now on in the second season, he will start moving the pieces, making the plans, with like 15 layers to them and all that. So I think from the next season onwards, we'll just see this downfall further and further. But to go back, I think she did push him in some way, but I think he would have gone there anyway, because he sees himself as someone who could help save and heal Middle-earth, but he has this tyrannic way of doing it. So I think it was just a matter of time. Like, if it wasn't Galadriel, it would be somebody else. It would be his brain. Like, after 300 years of doing whatever, he would just be like, he would come to this point again. So I think in the end, he was evil because of his approach. He didn't truly repent, because he thought, like, I think the ego, the pride in him, I can do this, I can fix this, what Melkor corrupted. That was the downfall. I think that's where it all comes down to this core trait of him being proudful of his ability and his role, and him being like, even like some sort of messianic figure, like him seeing himself as such. So I think while Galadriel was the catalyst now, I think he would have gone that path at some point anyway.
Yeah, his path is somewhat inexorable, right? He just can't help himself. He will inevitably, when opportunities arise, the choices he will make, he just can't help but go in that direction. Is kind of what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
So, I do think at
David,
the very start of the show, I was going to say at the start of the show, he's probably a bit more, he's not repentant, he's more doubtful. And I think there's a scene where it shows him kind of clutching at the sigil on his chest when he's on the raft, and Galadriel asks him about it. So he's still, he hasn't thrown away that pouch. So he still kind of believes, I have this plan that I can do. Now I'm on this raft. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I shouldn't be so evil. I don't really know. Then he meets Galadriel, and then he goes to Numenor, and this is maybe opportunistic, but in a good way. He's like, actually, this is a place where I can settle down. I can live in. It's almost like a paradise. I can do my own craft work here, and maybe being evil is not the way forward. But then, unfortunately, yes. Galadriel is 100% the catalyst of change and forces him to become the king of Mordor again. So
when he says that's specifically the one place he's sworn never to return, if we believe him or not, that is. So
yeah, but I do think it's kind of annoying. Well, you guys said that you liked it, but I don't love the tragic irony of Galadriel being the one to force Sauron to return to Mordor, and
it's changing everything as well, because now, I mean, according now to this show canon, for me, in my mind, Galadriel is 100% at fault, and it's completely her fault that Sauron is who he is. And it's also funny because when I was watching it the first time, and we saw the quote of him saying, "I'll make you a queen stronger than the foundations of the earth," and I was thinking, oh, that's funny. He's quoting what she says, and then I was like, wait a minute, no, chronologically it means that in the Fellowship of the Ring she's quoting Sauron when she says that she passes the test, and so that's kind of like really throwing a spanner in the works as well. So I don't know how I feel about that. I'm a little bit unsure.
I know well, I do agree with Strider that if Galadriel wasn't the one to force him to go back to Middle Earth, I do think he would have gotten bored eventually. Actually, he's in a man form, so after like 100 years people would be like, why is this guy not dying? So I think he was going to have to leave Numenor even if he did have a change of heart and became a good person. He would have eventually become Sauron, ruler of Mordor, but Galadriel was the one to make him do it a little bit earlier.
Well, and it's very notable that, we're talking about all the choices that she made that kind of led him or contributed to him getting to this point in the season finale. But in the season finale, we see her make at least one other terrible choice that will allow him to work in the shadows in season 2. And when he's in her mind as Finrod, and Finrod says, "You don't have to tell them I'm Sauron. Just don't tell them and let the work continue." And then, she rejects him in their mental battle. But then what does she actually do? She does exactly that. She does not tell anybody that she lets the work continue. She actually encourages it to continue and is the one who says, "Oh, we need, 3 rings instead of 2." So now Sauron's going to be out there and no one knows it, all because of Galadriel's choice. Probably for self-preservation. Sauron's gotten into her head and she's worried that they will all blame her for her conduct. So another huge mistake by Our Lady of Light in the season finale that is going to have major reverberations in season 2 and beyond, most likely.
Yeah, but this is something that people have pointed out, that it's quite in character for Galadriel as well. In a way, I mean, when she first arrives in Doriath and Melian asks her about, the dark situation that took place before they left Valinor, Galadriel does not tell her the truth right off the bat, out of, I suppose, some sort of self-preservation as well. So I think they might have been playing with that idea a little bit here. But yeah, I think it's sort of interesting, and I'm wondering if we'll ever get an explanation whether this was a conscious choice or no. I think this sort of manipulation could work really, really well because it was actually, Finrod's face who told her to do that. So even though she consciously and logically speaking, she was aware that these are Halbrand's words, but I could see how subconsciously this does get, under your mind, and when the time comes, you have this sort of feeling that you don't have the time to rationally explain, but something keeps telling you to, just keep it to yourself. It's okay, just keep it to yourself. So yeah, so in that way I would see the manipulation of Halbrand being very successful here.
Yeah, I think the reason is, I think it could also be what you just said, and it could also be that the fact that he kind of helped out with some tips regarding the rings and the whole concept of creating the rings of power. I think it could be that she didn't want to do that because she thought maybe they would drop the whole thing, and then the elves would just have to leave, and them having to leave now when Sauron is confirmed to be back would be bad. So I think that's maybe the reason why she decides to keep this for herself. That's how I would explain it. That's how I explain it to myself. Perhaps it's not true, but it kind of closes the gaps.
I think it's interesting as well to see what's going to happen with Elrond as well in season 2, because he also does his Sherlock Holmes detecting, and I don't know how much he knows, but he knows that Halbrand isn't who he says he is. So we're going to get a scene early in season 2 of him questioning Galadriel about what's going on with Halbrand, and it's going to be very interesting to see what she tells her best friend, and maybe Galadriel will quickly admit to her mistakes and how Halbrand is Sauron, and maybe they'll do something very quickly at the beginning of season 2.
Well, and that could be the reason that, we know in the lore that Elrond and Gil-galad rejected Anatar. That could be the explanation within the show for why they do that, because they know he's Sauron and they're not buying what he's selling anymore. Even if I think there's a possibility that if Halbrand returns as Anatar and he tries to come in and hang out with Celebrimbor, if Galadriel spills the beans that he is Sauron, at some point that information gets out, I wonder if, he will admit it, yeah, I'm Sauron, but I am repentant. I want to heal Middle Earth. And Celebrimbor buys it, but Gil-galad and Elrond don't. Because it is an important distinction from the way things go in the books. No one knows about Sauron in the books, really. From the very first episode of this show, Galadriel knows about Sauron, is hunting for Sauron. She's at the very center of her mind and also Gil-galad's mind. Everyone knows about this potential threat of Sauron. In the books, that's not the case, and they don't really know. They know that there are potentially other servants of Morgoth out there, and so when this evil force rises, Gil-galad writes a letter to Tarmin Elder, Aldarian's dad from Eldarion and Rendis, and says, "I think there's an evil force rising, maybe an old servant of Morgoth," but he doesn't name him as Sauron, so it's not clear. So that in the books, it creates a lot more opportunity for an Anatar figure to come in and present himself and potentially pass as a benevolent character and not be suspected for being Sauron. They don't now. The way they've set it up, Sauron is very much front and center. Galadriel knows Halbrand Sauron, so when he comes back, I think there's a possibility that they're going to actually make that information, put it out in the open, and have the characters deal with it rather than keep it totally secret for an extended period of time.
I think that would really take away from what you're suggesting, that maybe Gil-galad and Elrond find out that he is Sauron, and then eventually their refusal to deal with Anatar could be reflected in that way when they say no, like, we're, as you said, we're not buying what you're selling. I think that would really take away from what we see of Elrond and Gil-galad in the book, how they refuse to deal with Anatar, not because they're like, you are Sauron. It was such an easy decision to make if that were the point. So I think it's important for us to see that Gil-galad, he is wise, he is like farsighted, and he can sort of sense these things of he could just sort of sense that Anatar was not to be trusted, and it wasn't because he knew he is the greatest evil to walk the earth after Morgoth. So I think that would really take away from his judgment in that point.
Very good point. Yeah, very good point. Here's a little lore nugget before we shift gears. So when Elrond pulls Galadriel out of the water, and she demands that he give her some information to confirm his identity because she's worried that Halbrand is shapeshifting again or still in her head. She asks, "Where did we meet?" And he says, "When I was first orphaned by the shores of the sea," or something like that. Kind of erasing, was it MacLeod, who fostered Elrond? One of the sons of Fëanor, who abandoned Elrond and Elros in the caves, and then MacLeod comes back and takes pity on him and ends up fostering him, and actual love grew between them for a lot of years. It seems like, I was wondering in the show, why are Elrond and Galadriel so close? They hadn't really explained that, and now that's the explanation. She's kind of taking the place of MacLeod. She kind of saved him. I don't know if she actually fostered him, but when he was first orphaned, she's the one who saves him. So that kind of explains the significance of their relationship, which I thought was really interesting.
I thought it was interesting from the perspective that he's her future son-in-law, and it does this sort of meeting, their sort of initial meeting, does establish this kind of a parental figure that Galadriel eventually becomes, due to the fact that she's Celebrian's mother. So maybe that's what they were going for, to tell the audiences that no, these two are not gonna be pairing up at any point in the future. We have other plans for both of them. I don't know. That's
sorry.
I'm done.
Yeah. So I wanted to say, I just popped in my mind. Perhaps first of all, I wish they're not. I hope they're not changing it. I just took it as they met at the time he was orphaned, but maybe he already had his new foster parents around, but he was technically an orphan because his parents weren't there and so on. I just kind of tried to go past it in that way, but perhaps if they are indeed taking it as you might propose, maybe they're trying to do like a spin on the fact that the same thing happens to Elrond 3,000 years later, because he is a foster parent to someone, and then his child goes with this person that he is foster parenting. So perhaps it could be something like that.
Oh, that's a nice catch.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, good point. Well, before we move on to the Numenorians, I just want to remind people that if you throw us a super chat, you will be entered into a raffle to get a couple awesome prints from Spiros. So I just want to plug that. We got probably another 20 minutes or so for you to get your super chats in. We'll be doing the raffle at the end of the stream, so get those in. I'm not sure how many super chats we've gotten, but you probably got decent odds if you throw in a super chat now. And these are some of my absolute favorite pieces that we've raffled off so far. A lot of good stuff this whole season, but I love Spiros' work. If you have any small kids in the house, you'll terrify them with this painting of Smog. So maybe that's not what you want to go for, but there's a nice pastoral image as well that you'll be getting. So, and if you zoom in there's a little tiny golem on the path, which I kind of like that he's in there. But so get your super chats in. So something that we've done pretty much every episode since I think our episode 4 discussion is I like to ask people what their favorite lines were from the episode. And thanks to Laketia for reminding me that we hadn't done this yet. Tolkien's work is such a pleasure to read, just not because of the scope of the world or the characters and the themes. I mean, I love all of that as well, but he's also a fabulous writer. His actual prose is breathtaking, and I really love it. And this show has at times given us some dialogue that measures up, not always, but there are a lot of really high moments from time to time in the show. And so I would like to ask people, what were your favorite lines of dialogue from this episode and that felt the most Tolkienian? And on the flip side, if there were any that really stuck out to you as feeling wrong, as not Tolkienian, maybe like kind of modern, anachronistic, let me know those as well. So Laketia, did you have any in mind?
Yes, but yet again, I don't think I've chosen some that really represent Tolkien's writing style necessarily, but it was just something that made me very happy and fuzzy, etc. So my favorite line this episode was Norris, and she said, "The world is not so white, Poppy. It's just that we're so bleeding small." I don't think Tolkien would necessarily use the same phrasing, especially bleeding small, but I thought it was such a heartfelt moment in what was already a very heartfelt scene, and I really appreciated it. So that was my favorite one. As for the one that I really didn't care for much, it's again not technically the wording itself, but mostly what it represents. And it was when Gil-galad said, "You are hereby commanded to disband this city and return to Lindon immediately, all of you." I really don't like this, I don't know, dictator Gil-galad who's just being very, very bossy and very haughty and just acting like a total prat. So this line was one such example of him behaving in a especially given that this came around the time when Elrond was saying, "Yeah, so we'll have this one object and we'll place it upon your brow and you will hold the, all the power." And Gil-galad responds by behaving in a way that tells us exactly why he should not be wielding that much power. So yeah, that's.
What about Gil-galad's hilarious comment where he says, "You are owed nothing"?
No, the best is where
I love
you
that.
shouldn't even be here.
Yeah. He was so petty. He's just I don't know. Not
he
a
made
fan.
me laugh. He made me
But
laugh.
did you not like with Gil-galad the fact he was the only one that maybe this idea of creating an object of power and placing it in the hands of one person, he was the only one who said that was a bad idea?
Yeah,
that was like
that
a bit of a
one
redemption
the best
moment
things
for
about
him.
For sure.
For me, I put that down to almost his rejection of Anatar. I thought, okay, we're not going to get that rejection of Anatar in this. And so the scene where they brought this proposal, this idea, and suddenly he refuses it, and both he and Elrond leave, and we're left seeing Celebrimbor quite disappointed, and you can see the frustration. He wants to carry on with his plan. I thought this was going to be the show's version of giving us this Gil-galad and Elrond are choosing not to go down that path. So maybe that was it. But then again, I got completely in the next scene, we see Elrond completely changing and saying, "I really want to do the plan. Give me 3 months, please." So maybe that doesn't make sense at all. But for me, that was in that moment, I thought, okay, well, at least we see Gil-galad maybe being, I agree that maybe he's a little bit haughty and a little bit, I don't know, he seems a bit pedantic, or at times in the way he sort of speaks down to people, it doesn't seem like the most compassionate ruler, I suppose. But I definitely feel like we are seeing him to know more than the rest of the people and to be able to see all the angles. He probably just needs to work on his decorum, and he needs to be able to maybe take some classes in how to speak and encourage people around him and not make them feel so bad. But I don't know. I'm not going to give Gil-galad classes on how to speak. well, Elrond already wrote his speeches for him as well. So
if he could just open his mouth a little bit more when he enunciates as well.
Yeah, he does
people.
his Snape impersonation. Yeah.
Those were really great points. I don't know about Gil-galad's speech capabilities, but I think he definitely had those, as you guys said, like he had a few petty moments again in this episode. But for me, it was a really cool moment when he said that they shouldn't have just one object, like they shouldn't trust one person with such power. But my favorite line was actually, or like kind of like an exchange, but actually also like there's one particular line, the dialogue between Muriel and Elendil on the ship was really cool when Elendil, it seemed in the previous episode that he's kind of, they were teasing some sort of drama and him potentially being tempted by Pharazôn perhaps in the future, like him kind of moving away from being faithful and so on. But I'm glad that it didn't go that way. It was more like a temporary weakness. And we see this at his lowest point, basically. He chooses to be faithful. And I think that was a really, really great moment for both characters. I really enjoyed that interaction.
Yeah.
And especially the sentence, how was it? It was a bit of a complex sentence. Like the cost can be dear, it's hard to be faithful and the cost can be dear, but we have to hope that it will be all worth it at the end. That was the gist of it. So for me, I really enjoyed this moment, and that was my favorite bit of dialogue in the episode.
Dave, how about you?
My favorite line, let me see, I have it in my notes here. So the part where Galadriel asks him before the big reveal, asks Halbrand, tell me your name, and Halbrand says, I've been awake since before the breaking of the first silence. In that time, I've had many names. And it wasn't just that it was a really cool and well delivered line, but it was also the start of this whole mind trip thing and the revelation of Sauron being Sauron. So yeah, I really liked that line. Oh, I actually wrote down as well, it kind of calls back to the line that Galadriel said in one of the previous episodes, where she says, I think it's one of the first ones, and she goes, I've been pursuing this foe since before the first sun bloodied the sky. So I just think it's really cool, these two characters kind of dropping the fact that they're both extremely ancient, and it just adds a lot of, I don't know, it adds a lot to the two characters and to this scene especially. So as for my least favorite line, I didn't write one down, but I don't know, maybe Gandalf saying I'm good, because I kind of wanted him to be an evil blue wizard, which would have been cool. So, but I didn't hate that line at all. It just means he's going to be good.
I just want to hear him saying snails more often. Like snails, yeah.
So me and Johnny, we kept laughing about that. Do you know the way he goes, oh, snails, yeah. And then at one point, the mystics are trying to teach him something, and they say, oh, you've had a veil. And he goes, veil.
And we're like, snails.
Snails. Be so funny if all he picked up was the word snails.
Yeah.
Master
Strider, I think I skipped over your least favorite. Did you have a least favorite line?
I said that. Well, not specifically, but Gil-galad had a few of those bad lines, so I guess we can go with those. But I don't think there was anything that I really disliked. I don't remember. I as I said, like this was the first episode I really enjoyed myself without any actual, problems or like issues. So I guess I just, if there was something that I didn't really like, I just zoned it out.
Good. Johnny, how about you? Best and
worst?
I'd
also say I don't think I actually have a worst one. There was one that I really liked. It isn't the one that I wrote down, which is the one where Galadriel speaks about how she leapt from the boat and she had to swim, and she had to just pray that she'd made the right decision. And then she says something to Elrond, where she says something like, so just keep swimming or something. And it was very kind of like, you know,
Dory.
finding Dory or finding Nemo kind of thing. And I was kind of like, that seemed a bit off, that part. I didn't write it down, but it kind of took me out of it for a moment. But the one that I really liked was when Farazan was talking about the king and about the king's passing, and he says,
"Oh, right."
He says, "Soon he will travel that road which makes an end of every man who walks it. Black flags will fill our harbor. It will be our duty to forge for him a tomb, granting him the immortality in stone that no man, not even a king, can attain in life." And I thought that was really poignant, and also, like, I mean, I think that's just such an important part that I think that this show is going to delve into, the fact that Farazan is going to become obsessed with the fact that death comes to all, even to the kings. But the way the scene was shot as well, it was really beautifully done. The music was incredible. There were these swelling horns and brass section that came in really soft in the background with this, and it was very reminiscent of the kind of horns that we get in Gondor as well. So I think, I mean we've seen Bear McCreary talk about the deliberate linking of the Numenorian music to sound a bit like the Gondorian, but eventually he said that he's gonna have some of the instrumentation, the particular instruments taken out, so that they'll feel like there's something missing. But it will have that sort of that foundation, I think. So it really gave me those chills and those feelings of hearing, I don't know, just some of the scenes that we got in Minas Tirith in Peter Jackson's movies.
Can I just jump in to say that I really liked the speech and I liked the scene, but I thought it was very, I don't know, I'm sorry, it's late, I don't have the words. It was very shitty of him to literally stand in front of the bed of a dying man and be like, oh, yeah, so he's gonna die soon. Like, can you know, I didn't think
maybe
that
have
was
this
very
discussion
polite
in
or
another
kind.
room.
Yeah, just
So,
to know.
I
I
didn't
mean,
think of that.
supposedly he had a discussion with all his apprentices before they got there. Like, what are they even doing there? So maybe save it for then. Yeah,
It's
okay.
very
That's a
similar
really good
to
point.
the. Oh, sorry,
I
Michael.
didn't think of that.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, when I watched that scene at first, I was like, oh, he's like he's comatose basically. So I didn't think about it. But then, of course, he's not fully comatose. He gets up and he talks to Yarian, and he's, you know, he's obviously loopy and out of it. But so yeah, I didn't think about that. But that is kind of
I think
as
he
you said,
knows he's on
shitty
the
of
way
him.
out. I don't think he's you know, under any delusion. I mean, he's probably under lots of delusions at the moment, but I don't think he's under any illusions that he's going to actually live that much longer. And I think the fact that people are coming in to sketch out his likeness and to put his image in stone is an honor as well, that maybe he's going to be happy to have that honor afforded to him as well as one of these kings, and he knows that his image and his likeness is going to live on through the ages as well. So I don't think an old man of his age, he's not he doesn't think he's a spring chicken. So I mean, yeah, I didn't mind that part too much.
I don't know, but given how obsessed Farazan is eventually going to be with dying, I don't think he would like anybody to remind him of, you know, you're about to expire. So I just thought it was a little bit inconsiderate of him. Let's put it this way.
I think we're seeing Farazan dealing with his own fear of death on camera here, and I think when we see when the king actually does die, and we see Farazan looking down at him, and it looked in that moment like Farazan was really upset. And I was confused at first. I thought, like, is he actually sad that this king is dying? And then I think I had the realization that no, he is so upset to look upon death, and he knows that this is not just the king that's dying, but that's eventually what's going to happen to him at some point in his future as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, a little interesting also, now that we're harping on minor details, it is interesting. We're going to carve his likeness in stone. This is a great work to honor our king. So we've got all the great stonemasons, and we'd like 4 apprentices to try and capture his visage. Like, why are apprentices part of this project at all? You know,
maybe they won a tournament to like be the people picked out of a hat to come and do his likeness and to sketch him. But yeah, it seems a bit strange.
Well, I think it's just like, you know, giving some young talents, but, you know, perhaps they can, you know, they showed promise so far, even though we saw 0 scenes of that. Again,
perhaps they had the experts already sorry to interrupt. Perhaps they already had the experts do their images, and now it's like, well, let's just let some apprentices in to see if they could have
the best one wins, and we'll sketch that one.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah.
basically, it is that, like, even though maybe they're not the experts, they may have a cool idea. So, I think obviously it was a way to get Yari in here, but it doesn't break it for me. Like, I think it works.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I didn't notice these things at all when I was watching it the first time around. It's just fun to bring up when you're diving way too deep into an episode. But too greedily and too deep into the season finale. Johnny, I'm really glad that you brought up that quote, because that is the exact same quote I was going to mention. And I was so relieved. And this is a good segue, by the way, into the Numenorian scenes. Not a major focal point of this episode, really more setting the stage for season 2. I'm glad they included a few scenes, though. And I'd also like to mention we got the call-in number here across the screen. So we're going to chat about the Numenorians a little bit. But if you have a question, go ahead and call in, and we'll spend some time chatting with anybody who has questions on the air. So it would be nice to get a few of those. Feel free to call. That call-in number is on the bottom. But for the Numenorians, I was really relieved to hear him talk about mortality, because we haven't heard Pharazôn talk about that at all season. That is, of course, supposed to be one of the primary drivers for Pharazôn. One of the, he tries to sail to Valinor in order to attain immortality. It's the thing that causes him to do all the great evil deeds. It's what Sauron manipulates in him. And we hadn't seen that. We've seen ambition, right? We've seen pride, we've seen ambition, but we haven't seen fear of death or any sort of relationship to mortality. But here we do, and it's sort of setting the stage for them to further explore that in season 2. And I'm really, really glad that we saw that. We see some, funeral type rites with the black flags being sailed everywhere on all the ships and on all the buildings and things like that. So clearly Numenor at this point does care a lot about death, because they have this obsession with, they have funeral rites. They're going to build them a stone tomb, which we're told in the books that's kind of a marker of their fall, when they start building, tombs, kind of comparing them to the pharaohs, where they're obsessed with preserving their bodies intestate for all time and monuments to their greatness. They are kind of at that point, which is interesting. So I kind of want to throw it to Johnny. Why don't you go again? Just talk about what we've seen with the Numenorians here, not just with this scene, but we also see Iarian potentially is looking at a Palantir, but we don't know what she sees. So again, setting up something with her arc in season 2. We get some scenes with Muriel and Elendil, who are now fully embracing the path of the faithful, but in so doing also covenant to come back to Middle Earth with a greater army. So what's in store for the faithful and Pharazôn? How are they going to interact, and are they going to end up teaming up to come back to Middle Earth with a great army, or they're going to be at political odds with each other? Will Muriel come back and say, I want to raise a bigger army, and Pharazôn says, no, I don't think so, and I'm usurping power now?
Of course, I think that's going to be a really important plot point in season 2. But I would like to just jump on the point of Elendil for a moment as well, where we saw him have his little moment of weakness. I think he is owed that much. Excuse me. I think he's owed to have a moment of doubt on the day that his son has died, according to what he thinks. And so when he kind of turns away from the path of the faithful for a couple of moments, and he gets angry, I think that's completely understandable. And I was really kind of worried that they were going to leave season 1 with Elendil being angry with the elves and with the Valar, and like turning away from the faithful, and then that would be something that would be resolved in season 2. I'm really glad that it was just a momentary lapse, and he was immediately back on the straight and narrow, I suppose, and immediately he was back being one of the faithful. It was also really nice to see that moment where him and Muriel just sort of acknowledge to each other that they are indeed of the faithful, and he says that his name does not only mean one who loves the stars. And so he was acknowledging, which we got to see in episode 2, episode 3, where she quizzes him on that. And so it was nice to have that callback as well. Of course, I believe that when they get back to Numenor, they're going to try and say, okay, I know that we're coming back here with our tail between our legs. Our queen has lost her sight. We've lost lots of sons and daughters of Numenor. and this is a peoples who would not be used to this at all. They would not be used to death, and especially death in foreign lands. So the people are definitely going to see this as a huge failure, and to immediately turn around and say, okay, we need a bigger army and we need to go back again. And it's like, we don't really understand the reasons. The people of Numenor are not going to be too happy about that. So that's going to be interesting to see. And I think it's going to be quite easy for Farazan to be able to come in at that point and try to have a bit of a coup d'etat, I suppose, and try to get people to reject Muriel. Now, I think I'm not too sure what's going on with Arian. I'm very confused as to what her role is in all this, because immediately as the season opened up, I thought that she was going to be the one who kind of turned away from the path of the faithful, and she was going to cause this sort of divide within the family unit of all this family are of the faithful, and suddenly Muriel would turn against them. I actually had this theory after a couple of episodes in, that Arian would become, she would join Farazan, and then Farazan's son would join the faithful, and they would be in some sort of a strange relationship where they had opposing views on this. But I don't know. It seems like now that if she's actually going to go in and look at the Palantir, I'm assuming she's probably going to come to the same conclusion as Tar Palantir and Muriel, and realize that they need to turn away from this path. So I'm not sure where they're going with this character. She's a bit topsy-turvy.
She could see the Palantir and actually choose to hide it. And maybe Muriel will want to kind of show the people of Numenor what she sees in the Palantir, and then Arian has like hidden it, or maybe Arian has seen something completely different altogether, and this confuses her. I still think that she's going to go down a dark path.
I'm still hoping that she's going to be a ring wraith.
I hope she has a horrible, horrible death.
Wow, lovely folks.
Well, a horrible death in this series is probably actually the better of the two evils, whereas either are you going to have a horrible death, or are you going to become a ring wraith? So yeah,
right.
I'd like to see
eternal torment.
I'd like to see her become a wraith.
It is an interesting way to leave off that whole storyline of her going up to the Palantir, because it's just kind of random. If they showed us her looking at the Palantir and actually seeing the same vision, or seeing something different, that would have been very interesting. But I don't know. I feel like in 2 years' time or 3 years' time, whenever this show comes back, I'm gonna completely forget what that storyline was all about.
Yeah, I think they could have ended a bit closer to the Palantir. Like, she opens and then maybe we don't see the vision, but just give us like a teaser.
Sure.
I think they needed like at least 5-6 more seconds of it. It absolutely agree. It feels very weird to end it like that. Like, we needed to see her get closer to it, like react to it, touch, like get the cover off or something like that. Yeah, absolutely agree. In 2 years' time, I think we're gonna forget about it. I mean, we are not gonna forget about it, but like 99% of people will forget about it.
Right.
We will forget about it.
Well, I want to take a second here, Strider. I want to hear more of your thoughts about the Numenorian scenes, but I think we do have either a caller on the line or someone who left a voice message, or both. So, Kyle, if someone is on the line, can you put him through or play the message that we got? Or I'm using my imagination. All right. Well, if that will come through, Kyle will put it up. So Strider, go ahead and give us your Numenorian wisdom.
Yeah, I think it's great that we are seeing the idea of Numenorians already going into this path of immortality in stone and so on. And it actually made me think of the Argonath, but I think that wasn't made by that was made centuries later in honor of the two kings of Gondor, of Anarion and Isildur. So that's I think a nice difference compared to the Numenorians and where they eventually went, where they eventually end up. So I think we are into for a really good show in the second season regarding the Numenorians, especially now that Galadriel and Sauron are out of there. You know, Sauron will obviously, hopefully, at least, come back at some point. But now we can really get into that. And I really want to see more of Arian and Kamen, and he was randomly there. Like only on my rewatch, I actually realized that in this scene where they're in the room and Farazan is talking to the apprentices, he's actually also standing there. Like I didn't realize that on the first go. So I think that those two characters were really what's the word, like mugged of screen time and like of the chances to show off who they are. So it's good that they gave us the sense of where Farazan is headed to. And especially, and I really like the moment where we see him standing above, like actually it's this scene, and you can see he has teary eyes, and is he crying just because of the king and he's passing away, or is he dying because of all the men of the destiny of mankind? I think it was a really nice moment. I think they handled it with care, given how much time they had to show us. Again, I really think we need more time with all of the characters, with all the storylines. I think this was a nice tease for what's going to come. I think it was a really simple but effective moment. His speech that you guys mentioned already.
Maybe he just suffers from hay fever and he just got a little bit teary-eyed and stuff, you know.
Yeah, I'm not actually sad about you dying, King. I just got something in my eyes.
Yeah, I need a sneeze. That's all.
Yeah, but I think it was an important choice to have a few scenes with the Numenorians, because I honestly felt, even though I understand why they couldn't introduce anything relating to the dwarves or Elrond with the dwarves, no Prince Durin stuff in this episode. I didn't really realize that the last episode was the finale for the dwarvish plotline, and that it felt a little funny to me. And it would have felt funny if we didn't see anything from the Numenorians as well, even though these scenes really weren't about, like, they weren't the culmination of the dramatic arc of this season. They were about setting up next season. It was still really important, I think, to have that, especially with Elendil and Muriel, just something to kind of get us ready for what is to come. Now, I think that what is to come, my theory is that when Muriel comes back, Farazan is going to fully embrace her proposal that they raise a larger army and go back to Middle-earth. I think he sees this as his ticket for building and consolidating power. I think he sees it as the tool he will use to subjugate the men of Middle-earth. It'll fuel his ambitions. So I don't think he's going to oppose Muriel at all, even though it might seem like politically it would make sense for him to do so. We already saw him stick by her the first go round, even though it would have been politically expedient to oppose her. And he gave his motivations, like, ultimately I want the elves to serve me, or to serve us. And, we want tribute from the men of Middle-earth. And I think that he's going to be fully behind that. And he's going to use those military expeditions to gather more power to himself and become more and more of a despot. And I think Muriel may end up relying on him because she trusts him, but to her detriment. And that's kind of how that arc is going to play out. But it could go either way. And so I'm really curious. We certainly don't get anything to indicate one way or the other in this episode. We're all just sort of speculating at this point.
Mike, I think we have somebody on the stream.
Oh, great. All
Kyle,
right. Yeah, I
do you
see
want
that.
to help
Kyle,
us?
we got a caller.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Welcome to
Am I-
Loveline. What's your question? No, I'm sorry.
Hi. Thanks. Big fan. First time. So, / concern is what or when do you think we will see more stars properly? Because if we're talking about the Numenorian storyline, I deduce the storyline with the level at which we have established the Valar as. And do you think they will do you think maybe they're just trying to audience in season 1, and we will gradually get more of that in season 2 or 3? Like when the timeline will work out. My worst fear is that Sauron goes to Numenor, they mine too deep, and then break the island or something, like sidestep the marching on Valinor issue entirely.
So that's an interesting question, and you're cutting out a little bit there, but I think if I heard it right, it's, are they going to be continuing to introduce the Valar, or are they going to be cutting that out? To kind of summarize it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point, especially given that in the scenes we got with Galadriel getting on the boat to go to Valinor, that indicated that Valinor had already been sundered from the world, because we see a literal kind of magical portal open and close, indicating that perhaps Valinor is no longer part of the world. And if it's not part of the world, then how can Pharazôn sail to it to take it over, right? That's supposed to be something that happens only after the breaking of the world. But so if they are treating Valinor as already outside the bounds of the world, will they, as you suggested, come up with some other excuse, some other reason for the breaking of Numenor, for the Great Wave? So, Strider, what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, first of all, Nick, thank you so much for calling us. It was a very big pleasure to have you here. Yeah, I think we were all confused with the approach to Valinor. It was with the literal approaching to Valinor sequence. It was absolutely fantastic. I love the visuals. It was very mythical. It definitely felt like, going into heaven or something like that. But I don't know. That's a really good question. I would say before the show started, I think we all had hopes that we would see that we would really go deep into, for example, the building of the cult of Morgoth in Numenor, and that we would see people of Numenor moving away from the Valar to Morgoth. But now I'm not sure how much time we will have to see and really go how much time we will have to go how deep into that. So I'm not sure. They did mention the Valar. They made references to them, but it's a really good question, and I'm not sure we'll have enough time to go as deep as we would like to into this moving from the Valar towards Morgoth. I hope we do. I think we will get the Morgoth cult in some shape or form, but I don't think we will necessarily go deep enough into all that, which is a huge shame. I would love to. I think we will all love to see more of that, but yeah.
Lakitia, what do you think? Are you hoping to see, or just dying to see, the Morgoth cult?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see it for sure, and I think what we saw in this episode with Aryan could play a little bit into that. I've speculated since we first learned that she was going to be a part of the Builders Guild, that she was going to be involved in the creation of the Temple of Morgoth. So I'm thinking that perhaps, given that she has now likely seen the vision in the Palantir, I could imagine this sort of storyline play out in a way that, she gets really freaked out by the great wave that she's seen, and then ultimately when Sauron comes and he's offering some sort of a I don't know, a solution to that, or just to help them prevent this sort of cataclysmic event, I think she'd be willing to do whatever it takes. And given that she will have the skills, I could see them building her up to be the architecture of this sort of a temple. I don't think we'll actually see any of the other Valar at any point in this show. But then again, I really, really, really thought that we weren't going to see Valinor either, and we did. So, yeah.
Well, we got another caller on the line. Before we take this caller's call, I just want to remind people, get your super chats in. We're coming up on the end here. We'll basically take calls until the calls stop coming, and then we'll do our raffle. So, with that, all right, we got another caller. Caller, what's your name and what's your question?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello.
Okay, good. Yes, I'm Nick Corbin. Yeah, you guys asked me to call in. Thanks for putting the show on. My question is now that Sauron's identity has been revealed, eventually he'll either get back to Numenor, or they bring him in there in chains and they see his face. But how do you think they find out that they help Sauron, help put in a direction of retaking Mordor? How do you think it'll affect the political situation, especially among the faithful and the Kingsmen?
Nick, great question. Thank you so much for calling in. Really appreciate it. Johnny, Dave, you guys want to tackle this one?
Dave, Johnny. I'm not sure. So, if just to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly, is to see what do we think would be the reaction of the Numenorians, especially the faithful, when they see eventually if Sauron gets brought back to like in chains or however he does. It's a great point. I've no idea is my answer just off the top, just to make that clear. But it will be very intriguing to see that play out. Especially if it's almost like a Galadriel sort of situation as well, where she's realizing that she is at fault for causing this big evil to be put into power. I'm hoping that they do have that scene. I hope that we get to see that sort of realization. I think that would be fantastic. I hope that they do it justice as well. But I don't know.
Well, I think in season 2 we're going to see Numenor being split anyways, and that could be politically between the faithful and the unfaithful. And I think this could be another thing that divides people. Is there might be people that actually believe Sauron was a good guy, and there'll be others that are like, no, this is him. This is like the evil enemy. We have to cast him away. And that's I'd imagine that whoever's in the wing that wants to, start worshipping Morgoth, they're going to be the ones that believe that Sauron's actually a good guy. And maybe this could be another ploy, another part of his manipulation. And we will see how he interacts with Pharazôn as well. He's going to be he's very powerful. He's going to be the one to tell people that Sauron's actually not a bad guy, or Anatar or Halbrand or whatever his name is. So I don't know. I don't know if this is going to happen in season 2, or is this going to be season 3, or when's it going to come? So it's very interesting to think about.
To jump onto the previous question as well, which I think can join into this one, is the fact that I don't know. I don't really actually expect to see Pharazôn taking his army to Valinor to try and take on the Valar. I think that one route that they could go down would be that they set up sort of, they build the temples to Morgoth. They show these kind of people creating false idols, and it becomes almost sort of a biblical situation where the Valar, who are the powers, realize that this country or these peoples are, they've gone beyond anything that they could do, and they've basically totally turned away. And it's almost like they send a giant wave as a Noah's Ark kind of a situation to come and flood the island of Numenor without ever actually approaching Valinor themselves. And they didn't actually dare to take on the Valar, but just the fact that they turned away and they turned their backs so heavily against them. I think that's another way that could come about. And as you said there, then with Sauron arriving, there could be this huge divide of the peoples. Some of them worshipping Morgoth, taking Sauron, making him be, this is our new god, and that could be the final straw for the Valar, and that's when they send the Great Wave. So that's another route that they could go down.
We got a super chat here from William. Thank you, William. And he says, a related question. The show mentioned the faithful, but what are they faithful to? The Valar are barely in the show. Are they faithful to the elves? And I think that's an interesting point. I mean, in the books, it's kind of one and the same. It's, being faithful to the Valar, but also, the elves as an extension of that. In the show, when they reference the faithful, for the most part, they're focusing on the elves. And we haven't seen the men of Numenor. They hate the elves, the Kingsmen. We haven't seen them oppose the Valar yet, or say anything openly opposing the Valar. I think that will be part of the progression we see as Numenor goes kind of down this dark path. Right now, they hate the elves, but we haven't seen them speak out against the Valar. Eventually, we will see them speak out against the Valar, and then being faithful will mean not only being faithful to the old ways of the elves, which is kind of how they're characterizing it now, but also also the Valar, the literal gods that will crush us. Like, what are you, what are you thinking? Anybody else have a different read on that?
No, I think, I think you pretty well summed it up. I think that's what's going to happen. But I just go one step backwards regarding the question of Nick. I think we didn't completely answer on it. I think he was also asking what would be the political ramifications when the Numenorians realized that they helped Sauron become the king of Southlands. I think that's something that Farazan would use to gain more power, because he can always say that Miral did that. So I think I just wanted to clear that up. Michael, can you repeat the question, please?
The question from the super chat.
No, yeah. I mean, what are you asking us? Sorry.
The show mentioned, this is from William. The show mentioned the faithful, but what are they faithful to? The Valar are barely mentioned. Are they just faithful to the elves? And so it's kind of connected to the earlier question we got from the caller. You know, where are the Valar in the show? They're kind of only obliquely referenced. You know, what's the connection between the faithful and the Valar?
Yeah, I think we will. I mean, they do have statues of Ulmo and what's her name?
Nienna.
Yes, thank you. They have the fountain.
Uinen, sorry, Uinen.
Yeah, I think that some of the articles it's also mentioned that there's like one statue that's on the opposite side of Ulmo. But anyway, so they do have. I think there's at this point. I think at this point it's one and the same, as you said, elves and Valar. Though they do mention that was a bit weird when Galadriel comes to Numenor. They do mention that elves gave you the island, or that there was like some weird exchange over there. So I think that was a bit confusing. But I do think it's the Valar, and I do think that we will eventually get Numenor trying to invade Valinor, but it's weird how they will handle that, given how they showed us the approach to Valinor, how that looks like. So I'm not sure, but I do think it's still the Valar, and I think we will get more into that, but not deeply enough, because we just don't have enough time to completely explore that. So it's an interesting question how they will be like, okay, let's go attack Valinor. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how they will let, I assume, Charlie Wickers portray that, how he will give them this idea. But I think it's still to the Valar, and then by extension the elves.
Right. Boy, the more I think about Nick's question, such a good question. You know, we talked a lot in this stream about the irony of Galadriel aiding in Sauron, that irony. But Nick points out really that irony applies equally to the Númenóreans, and we're going to have to see the consequences of that in future seasons. So
and to Elendil, he added in there as well, to Elendil's reaction.
Yes, yeah. Boy, yeah. How do you think Elendil's Johnny? How do you think Elendil's going to feel about this when they realize that the guy who saved me on the battlefield in the Southlands and who I helped to crown king is actually Sauron, my basically sworn enemy? I mean, that's gonna complicate his arc a little bit.
I mean, first of all, he'll say thank you, Sauron, for saving me. You know, he should be gracious about that. But of course, yeah, it is. I mean, first of all, just to give a big shout out to Lloyd Owens and his portrayal of Elendil so far. Well, not so far now that season 1 has finished. I thought he was pretty masterful nearly in the entire season. I absolutely adored seeing him on screen. Mm-hmm. I thought he just nailed it pretty much as Elendil. And so I've no doubt that when that moment comes, and if it does come, when we have to see this realization, he's going to do that scene justice as well. But it will be very interesting. Of course, he's going to be completely, torn up inside about the fact that he is trying to do the same as Galadriel. The one thing that he's really trying to do has caused the opposite effect. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. But I think we all have a good idea that he's not going to be very happy with the situation. So just whether or not they can actually bring all of that emotion to that scene, and there's a lot of. We've been given the writers a lot of stick during the season, and I think that they really do have such a difficult task to make everyone happy. And some of these types of questions that we're bringing up now, I'm trying to imagine if I'm a writer on this type of a series, how can I put that together so that everybody is actually going to be happy with the result, with the way it's being shown, and also with how faithful. Well, speaking about faithful, how faithful it's going to be just to Tolkien, not to the elves of the Valar. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
That's what the faithful means from the previous question. It's who's actually sticking to the lore.
So just Elendil and Muriel are faithful to Tolkien. Everybody else is, is out there doing a rogue thing.
Yeah, it seems like now that we've been talking about all this, that one of the major themes of this season has been that everybody who tries to do good ends up helping the bad guys. And I'm not sure how I feel about that, or if that theme will continue.
Except for Beric. Beric has been a good boy all season.
Beric is a very good boy.
Also true, but there's also the fact that Sauron did save, Elendil. So he did save Galadriel. So they're doing I think there's a lot of yin and yang going around.
That's true. That's true.
Sauron saved the person that's involved in his eventual death. So
yeah. Well, I don't think we have any other callers. I think the last thing I would mention about the Númenórean scenes is the glaring omission of at least one character, that is Isildur. They are leaving that as a total cliffhanger. Obviously, those of us on this stream know he's alive. Some people who are really totally unfamiliar with Tolkien may believe he's dead and have totally bought into that. But they did not address that one way or the other, which I thought they might reveal that he was alive, because I think season 2 will spend a lot of time with him in Middle Earth. Like maybe he'll end up in Pelargir with the Southlander, refugees or survivors, or maybe he has some other kind of mystery. So any thoughts, and this is fully speculation territory, any thoughts at all about what Isildur is doing and where he is, other than obviously he's hanging out with Beric and having a bromance with his horse?
I think he actually might have end up in Adar's captivity or something, because we did see Adar's gang still hanging around Tir Harad, and we know that the last place we saw Isildur was him getting buried under the burning logs right there. So I think there might be something to that effect. But if he did escape, I could see him making his way to Pelargir and possibly getting to know the future King of the Dead. That's a theory I've seen doing some rounds in the fandom, and I think that could be a very interesting option. Yeah.
Does anyone think he's going to link up with Nori, and they'll have an adventure together?
A romance for the ages.
Yeah. While she's in search of Gandalf or the wizard, he would be the tour guide. Well, actually, he doesn't know anything about Middle Earth, so that'd be a terrible tour guide. But I don't know, 2 random characters.
Well, he has a horse,
together.
So
Yeah. Johnny also said before that we're definitely going to get a scene with Beric similar to the one that we got in the Lord of the Rings movies with Aragorn and his horse.
100%.
100%. It's going to happen. They're going to kiss.
Yeah. That's the romance we've been waiting for.
Give us what we want. And give it to
That's
me
what
raw.
No, not in this context, please.
That's the most
that's
Tolkien.
That's
the most Tolkien line, though. Yeah.
That's what they needed the intimacy coordinator for. The kiss between Beric and Isildur.
Oh God.
Well, you see what kind of discussion you'll get on the Melonheads podcast.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. Melonheads raw and wriggling.
All right. Before this gets even more X-rated, I think we've pretty much covered a lot of the major plot points. But anything else anyone wants to say about this episode? This is the season finale. We were not going to see any more episodes. Any final thoughts? We may do another stream here where we talk about the season as a whole. But after seeing the season finale, any preliminary thoughts about the season? Straight.
Yeah, I want to say one thing. I was wearing my actually the same shirt I'm wearing now, so Lord of the Rings shirt, and a friend, like a guy, approached me from our friend group, and he said that he watched the TV show, and we were talking about. He said that he didn't watch the movies before, so he was very or read the books, so he was very, very, very new to the whole Tolkien universe, and he said that he really loved the reveal. So we have a first-hand experience from someone who was a total newbie to the Tolkien universe. He said that he thought it was a stranger, and that the Sauron reveal really caught him off guard, and that he really loved it. So I just want to say, that's from the perspective of someone who's really out of everything, it worked. So
That's cool.
that's some encouraging news. But overall, I think the season definitely had a lot of issues. But to be fair, this show, and especially this first season of the show, had a really hard task of, one might say they even took too big of a bite. It remains to be seen, but it could be definitely argued even now that they perhaps took too big of a bite, trying to set up so many things from the start, because they needed to build this whole huge world with 4 or 5 different locations, a huge cast, and to set up this crazy big story that's going to span 5 seasons. There was a lot of issues. I think there was a lot of positives as well. A lot of actors who absolutely nailed their roles. Adar comes to mind, who was absolutely fantastic. Stranger, a lot of good stuff, but a lot of also problematic things that I think we'll need more time to discuss. But overall, I think there's definitely potential in this show to become something really really cool in the coming seasons. But I think so far it was really hot and cold for me. Like some really good things, but some things that will really put me off. So yeah, overall, I'm like somewhere in the middle. I need to see more before giving it a final mark. But yeah.
Laketia, how about you? Final thoughts?
Um, yeah, I keep repeating this, but I'm gonna repeat it one more time because I'm too sleepy to come up with anything original at this point. The season was absolutely much better than I feared it would be, but it absolutely wasn't as good as I hoped it would be. Um, I mostly had issues with the writing itself. I felt that lots of the dialogue wasn't my cup of tea. I loved how beautiful it looked. It was shot beautifully, and mostly I was super impressed by the performances. There were one or two where I thought, they could have been stronger, but some of them were just amazing. Like Halbrand, I thought was amazing. Durin, Disa, Elrond, Nori, The Stranger. I thought all of them gave really, really heartfelt performances. I really appreciated them a lot. The one. Adar, yeah, Adar was he was probably the MVP of the whole season. Um, what I thought the season did really really well were friendships, relationships between characters in general. Nori and Poppy, Nori and Meteor Man, Durin and Elrond, and even Galadriel and Halbrand. I thought all those relationships, friendships were very very strong and very compelling to watch as well. But I'm not the biggest fan of the direction this show has chosen to take. I would have much preferred it if Celebrimbor was the central figure rather than Galadriel, and maybe going forward he still might become one. But I think in order for his eventual fate to really land, we will need to spend much more time with him, and we will need a much deeper characterization. But yeah, all in all, I'm not thrilled, but it was a pleasant season. That's where I'm at. So yeah.
Johnny, Dave, a pleasant season.
yeah. I would go one step more than it just being a pleasant season. I was really I definitely woke up every Friday morning very giddy and very excited because I think my biggest takeaway from this, and the thing that I enjoyed the most, was just being back in Middle Earth. And I feel like the visuals gave me that. I feel like the music gave me that. And I think that I can speak for Dave as well, where I can say that the music was probably one of the biggest pros for both of us.
That's what I was going to bring up. Yeah.
Well, I stole in your point now, so you have to go up with something else. So I really, really enjoyed hearing the music and feeling like I was back in Middle Earth. The quote that I brought up earlier of Farazan's quote, one of the reasons that stood out to me so much was because of the music, what that added, the element that added to it added this extra weight onto it, this feeling of this ancient, I don't know, just this civilization that was
I think that's exactly what Bear said in an interview that he was trying to achieve, and I think he 100% got that. So loved that about the series. I'm really going to miss it. I'm going to miss having a weekly thing to discuss about new information about Lord of the Rings and this whole world. And just, I know for good or for bad, we've all had like every week we've been able to just see something new and experience something new in this world that we all hold so dear. So I think that's what that's my biggest takeaway, is that I'm going to miss this series not being on. Did I love every aspect? No. And were there some things that were quite frustrating? Yes, of course. But I'm choosing to try and ignore those things and focus on the positives.
Yeah, I think I would agree with most of that. I am going to miss it. I think that the most annoying thing about the show for me is nothing to do with the show itself, but it's all the negativity online and a lot of the hate, and just you could nitpick any TV series to death, and there's always going to be mistakes. And even the Peter Jackson trilogy, which is like they're some of the greatest movies of all time, you could nitpick those to death. It doesn't make it any less good, because I think this show, a lot of the stuff that people were taking gripes at, it was just silly. It was like, especially that one when there was a big crowd and someone had like picked out all the people that were duplicated. I was like, that's incredible that they've actually gone and put the time into making it seem more filled out when it was filmed in COVID, and like it's something you don't notice. And this was a huge talking point for why this TV show is bad, and that was just so dumb for me. But I did want to have one last question for everyone, if everyone wants to say yay or nay, because the very end of this season finale was the song with the One Ring poem, and I really liked it. I thought it reminded me of Gollum's song from the Two Towers, and just the way the episode finished as well, like overlooking Mordor and then the music coming in. It's very unsettling. I really liked it, and yeah, I heard one negative review online, and I want to know what you guys think. Yes or no?
Yay! For me,
Yay.
it's a yay.
Okay, Strider?
Yeah, for me as well. I really liked it. It really gave me some nice goosebumps, and I really enjoyed it. So I'm absolutely not at all an expert or any sort of like whatever, like absolute noob when it comes to music and all that. But I just really like that they went with like it being higher, because I think we associate the higher tones. I guess that's why I think that's why babies usually hit those higher notes, because that's like the more dangerous vibe, and that's when the fact that they were singing it in such a high tone, it really hit the creepiness and like the danger and like the darkness of those lines that are supposed to be like, biting the fate of the whole world into this evil with this evil artifact and all that. I really liked it. And I was singing it kind of in my head the whole day.
Me too. Sweet. Stuck in my head all weekend.
And I was just so happy to hear the Ringverse put to music, which I wasn't expecting. That was a great way to end the episode. What a great surprise! It wasn't my favorite song from the show. Like the Wandering song is still my favorite, and it evoked the most Tolkienian feelings for me. But I thought it was very good and just such a great surprise. Great way to end it. So it's a thumbs up for me for sure.
And
Fiona
really
Apple,
cool.
great performance.
I did a rewatch today, and I'm not sure when exactly. Oh, actually, maybe before. Like, I didn't catch it the first time, but you can hear the tones a bit earlier before the credit starts rolling. You can hear it before that. And it was
you first hear them when the rings are being created. That's the first time you actually hear.
I think so.
That,
I think so.
Those tones.
It was so cool when you rewatch it. It was so cool to hear, like, oh, look at it, look here. I think this show is going to have a lot of cool stuff despite its flaws, and it does have flaws. It's going to have a lot of cool stuff for the rewatches. I can't wait to rewatch it again.
Yeah, and I'll say it's hard for me to separate my experience talking about the show with my opinion of the show. I've had such an incredibly good time talking about the show. I always have such good feelings after these streams, and I've enjoyed it all so much that it's hard for me to separate that pleasurable experience from the show. So like I enjoy the show and I've loved having it on, and I will like Johnny said, I will miss it. I wish there were 20 episodes. I hate that Amazon only does 8. But I think that to create hopefully a point of optimism, I think that the series got better pretty much with every episode. Not a straight trajectory, but it got stronger as the season went on, I think. And at least that's my opinion. And I think I'm hopeful that will continue, that it's sort of finding its footing, and it will just get stronger and stronger as the series goes on. And sort of stepping back, like there are issues with it, with the lore, and we've talked about all that, but compared to it, there are so many trash TV shows out there. There are so many that are so bad, and this could have been one of them, just an absolute garbage dumpster fire, like terrible show. And it really wasn't. It is by any metric, like good and enjoyable in so many ways. There's so many things that they did so well. That there are things that rub us the wrong way because we're so heavily invested in Tolkien, but at least I'm so pleased that it is at least like a good show at a very base level. It's fundamentally enjoyable to watch, and that's something they can build on, so I'm very happy about that, because otherwise I would be pot committed to watching 5 years of trash television if it was absolutely awful. And, I'm excited about continuing to watch The Rings of Power and not dreading it. So Well, we've reached the end of this stream, I think. Johnny, Dave, what can people expect from the Melonheads podcast, the Council of Elrond, going forward? Are you going to keep pumping out material? What do you plan on doing?
No, that's it. Now we're finished now for forever. No, we're going to go right back into the old podcasting ways, where we're going to talk about lore things, some fun things to do with Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, anything really. But we will have some more Rings of Power content coming, but obviously not as much as the last 7 weeks put together. But yeah, so if anyone wants to listen to our podcast, we don't just specifically talk about Rings of Power. We're going to have lots of deep dives into characters, locations, events, cool things, and obviously with everything that's coming out as well. I know there's going to be new games coming out. There's going to be the War of the Rohirrim movie coming out in a couple of years. So we're going to be covering all that kind of lovely stuff as well, and expect to see some great guests on. We're going to have to get all of you guys onto our show.
That's been great.
Yeah.
But that's another good thing about the Rings of Power. It's kind of brought a lot of us together as a community, I think, as well, that we've been on, had people on our show, we've been on other people's shows, and I kind of feel like we kind of had a small sort of a relationship before all of this, but now that I think this series was the kind of the
sticky glue.
The sticky glue.
To bring them all, and in the bind them.
One show to bind them. Yeah. So I think that was another good thing that we could say about the Rings of Power. But yeah, as Dave said, we will be continuing on with all the typical things that we did before the Rings of Power was ever a thing on our screens. We will be doing deep dives and character backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, Strider, I cut you off.
No, I wasn't going to cut you off, so it's a cut. I'd say also another great thing is that a lot of people, like from around me, like in my surroundings, I'm sleepy, so I'm mumbling, but a lot of people got interested in books, which is major, like that's the most important thing that can come out of this. So that's great. But also, as you said, like just the community growing, getting stronger, like getting closer and all that, that's perfect. So yeah, please continue.
So to wrap that up, you can find us on Instagram, on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok as well, but that's kind of been abandoned a little bit.
We need to just learn some more dance moves.
Yeah, we need to learn some more dance moves. But yeah, you can search us. Our main channel would probably be the Twitter one, where you can find us at melon_heads, and melon with 2 L's. And if you want to look up our podcast, it's called The Council of Elrond, and you can find it on any podcast platform. And we're on YouTube now as well, so people can check us out there.
Yep.
So the end.
That's it.
Awesome. And we are going to do our raffle in just a second, but Strider, Lakitia, what's on the list for Fellowship of Fans now that the season's over? Back to spoiler territory, leaks for season 2. What can we expect from Fellowship of Fans?
Yes, we're going back to sleuthing full time. I think in the foreseeable future, we're going to continue doing what we've been doing so far. We're going to continue to try and bring you all sorts of varied content, from lore deep dives to lots of panels in our future. But yeah, hopefully, as they've already started filming season 2, so we're counting on our little birds all across the UK to bring us some juicy news we can entertain you guys with. And I just want to address something that the melon heads just said. I'm sorry, I don't know which one said that, but I think the
which melon?
Yeah,
Which head
the
was
yellow one, the orange one. I do think that the way that the whole fandom community got connected and got together around this show has been really, really wonderful. Seeing all the content creators just visiting each other's channels, it's just been such a pleasure. And also meeting everybody that we've met in person. I've spent the New York premiere with Mike here, was also a wonderful experience. And I just hope this continues from here on out. That's all.
Well, and let's hope that there are more premieres in our future. I hope they do something similar for season 2.
And some
They
of them
will,
in
but-
Slovenia as well. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and also are generally closer to middle of Europe.
You know, if it's in Slovenia, I am there. I will go.
Yes, I have a couch right here for you. So
I hope it's a big one to fit all of us.
Yes.
Yeah, well, as always, it's such a pleasure. Look at Strider. It's great every time we get to chat every week. And Dave and Johnny, I look forward to having you guys on our podcast in, I don't know, 10 years. We reached out to you about a year and a half ago to line you up to talk about the Boromir scene, and we're going so slowly through Peter Jackson's Fellowship of the Ring. I think we've spent 25 hours, and we're only at the Mines of Moria. So,
okay. Take your time, man.
Yeah, those are great movies. Those are great films. I will spend I will spend all the time. But we will have these guys on our podcast, the Watch Party Lord of the Rings podcast, to talk about Boromir's death scene, which we got a preview. You guys love Boromir's death because you hate Boromir. I did not.
No, because we love him.
No, you hate him. That's the official word. No, but such a pleasure speaking with everybody. So we're gonna wrap it up, and I'm really sad we're not gonna have many more of these. But that's how it is. Tears are an evil.
Yeah, can I just say a great job, Mike, hosting the show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well done.
Yeah,
every question gets set up in such an amazing way that I'm like, should I even say something after this? Like, just
Yeah, and thanks as well for having us on.
It's like perfect.
Oh yeah, our pleasure. We've already done a show with Dave before a couple of months ago, and that was so much fun. And we hope to see you guys back soon as well.
Yeah,
and to close out the show, we'll announce our raffle winner is Karen Curran. You have won these two prints from Spiros. Congratulations! I'm jealous of you. These prints are just so awesome. So get in touch with us. Either on Twitter if you're on Twitter, or if not, reach out to us on YouTube. Sometimes we have trouble getting in touch with people when it's just on YouTube because we can't email you. So tweet at us or email us so we can make sure to connect you with Spiros and get your address so we can send you those prints. Just really beautiful stuff. And everybody else, please remember to support Spiros. You can get 12% off his Etsy store, 12% off with the offer code Middle Earth. So please go support Spiros. He's got tons of great stuff on there. So that'll do it. Thank you, everyone. Lakitia, Strider, Dave, Johnny, such a pleasure. And everyone in the chat, thanks for sticking with us for about 4 hours now. And I could go for 4 hours more, but we got to end it sometime. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
See you.
Bye, guys.